Hello. Well, what's up? Sorry, I'm a little late. I was just doing a bunch of shit this morning, and then I had to eat lunch, but then I got caught up applying to some craft shows, and then it was 1:58, and my lunch was still sitting next to me, and I was like, oh no. So I had to like pound down my lunch really fast. Hey, what's going on? So we're gonna work on this beautiful thing today. Let me grab my paint because I put it somewhere. Hold on. I forgot to cover my paint, so I gotta pour some more. No big deal. Woohoo! I saw your haul. I commented like 3 times. You got a nice big haul from 24 Hour Crafts, that's for dang sure. Ooh, this is so not satisfying. Come on. Oh yeah. Yeah, I paint over acrylic pieces as well as like resin pieces. So like those are, you know, kind of plasticky. You just want to make sure that you seal it. Cat and Sassy, hello. I post some replays. I haven't recently, but it's just when I get the time because it takes a while to download and stuff. But on my YouTube, there are live replays, and I have like the date and like the picture of what it is that I'm painting. So I don't upload every single live, but I upload some of them. And then every Monday I go live on Instagram, and Instagram, like I'll automatically like post my live. So, but this one isn't posted yet. I'll probably post this one because this is really pretty. But I won't post them until this one's totally done. So, you know, sometimes there's a little bit of a delay. Hello. Your birthday money. Wait, when was your birthday? Did we already go over this? Yeah, you're welcome. All right, gotta make sure we get the main colors. So we used the gold, we used white. Yeah, me too. So one of the colors that I top dotted, like one of the golds that I used, well, it was champagne, it turned really orange. So I went back over it this morning and I put silver glitter on top to see if it kind of tones it down. So I'm still waiting on it to dry, and hopefully it looks more of like a rose goldy. But besides that, I'm a fan of all the colors that I've used so far. I know. Oh yeah. That was worth it. That was worth it. And it didn't necessarily break the bank either, because their prices are just so good. That's right, your birthday is coming up soon. I just want to make sure I get all the main colors poured out on here. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay, those are the main colors. Mr. Kitty, you're saying hi already? Hold on. Really quick cat break. There he is. Hello. You want to say hi? I don't have food, I'm sorry. Say hello to your fans. All right, anywho. Nope, does not care. Gives 0 Fs. All right, so I think we're gonna do like a couple more micro dots in this area just to kind of fill it in a tiny bit. I'll zoom down just a little bit. But let's get started. I slept in today, like really slept in, like till like 12 o'clock. And so when I got up, I was like, oh no, I have like a bunch of things to do before I like go live today. And some of it was like fulfilling orders, and like I had to like use my Cricut, so like I knew that was gonna take a second. But anyways, once I got out of the house, I had to go to the gas station, I had to go to Walmart, I had to go to the bank, I had to go to the post office. So I was running around like a little crazy person this morning, but we're finally good. We're finally here, and we're ready to paint. So sorry that took so long. Aren't these colors so pretty? This is for a custom order. So I didn't like really pick the colors. I mean, she gave me the color scheme, and I grabbed some colors based on like what she wanted. And so like I guess I kind of chose them, but I didn't come up with the color scheme myself. All I did yesterday, like last night, was I top dotted everything, and then I did the border, and then I just got like these big gold dots and stuff so that they were like dry, you know, by the time we started painting everything else today. So, you know, we're gonna cluster dot all day. Hello. Happy Wednesday. Wednesday, I think, is my favorite day of the week, because, you know, I don't have to go cleaning and I can just sit on live and paint all day. So, yeah, I love Wednesdays. Wednesdays are my favorite kind of day. Isn't it pretty? I have a new cart going on 24-hour crafts because I'm probably gonna get a couple, like at least one or two more of these like starfish in the smaller size, since I don't usually paint ones this big. But I'm gonna get one at least in an 8-inch, and then maybe a couple for like ornaments and stuff like that. But this one's gonna be so pretty when it's done. So we're just getting a couple micro dots in here before we kind of begin the rest of the area. So I'm assuming you're not in the US. I get mine from a US company. They only ship to the US and Canada, but I would recommend going on Etsy and searching, like laser cut wood, blanks, painting blanks, things like that. And hopefully it should bring up some sellers that are more local to you, so that, you know, you're able to purchase them and not be hit with like a crazy international shipping charge. But I would look on Etsy for those of you guys out of the country, if you're looking for wooden blanks, to try and find a seller that cuts wooden blanks closer to you. But yeah, I know that my specific place doesn't do international. They just do US and Canada. You're welcome. I know that someone asked me that. They lived in South Africa, and they were able to find at least some type of place that was able to offer something similar from Etsy. So I would check Etsy. Hopefully you can find something. So there are a bunch of different, I guess, cultures that have some sort of like art like this. There's just too many. I don't take any inspiration from any of the cultures, though. I'm literally just painting with dots. There's nothing besides like more of like a meditational relaxation aspect for me. But yeah, no, this comes completely from the heart for me. But I know a lot of dot artists, they use the meditation part of this, for their art style, because it really is like a good way to just calm down and chill out. Oh, I'm sorry, Anya, that you don't feel good. I hope that you feel better. But you know, there's some from like Australia area, you know, a little bit more from other areas as well. A lot of like Southeast Asia, things like that too. I don't know if it's Southeast Asia. That sounds right to me, but again, like that's not where I, you know, get it from. So I'm not 100% where everything, you know, where you can find all the different types, but yes. Yeah, you're welcome. What's up, Tom from Virginia? So last night I forgot, so it dried up, but I'll probably use up like all of this today, so I probably won't have to worry about it too much. But what I'll do is, like, if I'm working on it and then I step away from it for a couple hours, I'll get a damp paper towel and just set it on top, and then I'll like put it somewhere on my desk, and like the moisture from the wet towel will keep this paint moist. You can also use that same idea and also put it like in a plastic bag, and you can just like zip lock it shut, and it should save it for a little bit. Some of them you can get with like little lids, but these ones don't have lids. Ugh, I believe it. I know, isn't it a pretty color palette? So stunning. The only one that I'm not sure about was the champagne, like the more orangey champagne folk art glitters. I added silver. You can kind of see the silver still drying down, to kind of try and mute it a little bit. So we'll see how it dries, and then we'll see if we want to keep it that way or if I just want to cover it up with a different color, because it might be just a little too orange for us. All right, let me get up just a little bit. You are welcome. So the pink top dot color, Anya, is the pink folk art, like the rose gold, or not rose gold. My favorite pink color shift, this guy. With, it's like half, it's equal parts of this and the, it's both of these. So equal parts pearlizing medium, equal parts of this, just to lighten it up a tad, but we still wanted to keep that gold color shift, but this was too dark. So we just added, you know, the equal amount of this just to get a nice like light pink, which gave me an idea yesterday that I kind of want to add pearlizing medium to a bunch of my color shifts, because it's just gonna like make a lighter version of them, and that's just gonna be so pretty. So I'll have to do that sometime. Oh, perfect. Okay, well, I'm sure you can kind of see what I'm getting at. It's not all the way dry, but it toned it a little bit, so I don't know. It looks better than it did. I don't know if you can hear me, but it looks better than it did. Here, I'll message you on Facebook. Hold on. or I'll text you. How about that? Oh yeah, and then I was told yesterday that Hobby Lobby sells like the 8-ounce, like the big version of this. So next time I go to Hoblob, I'm gonna have to grab it because I go through pearlizing medium like crazy. Like if it's cold out or like rainy or whatever, does your fibromyalgia like act up a little bit, or does it not really matter? That's what I was thinking. It's kind of like how I feel whenever it's like cold and rainy, my arthritis in my knee. It's just a lot more like I'm just a lot more achy than usual. Like right now, it's like chilly and rainy outside. Our weather is just not very nice here. So my knees, anytime I go up or down steps, my knee is just screaming at me. Yeah. I mean, I wonder, is it a lot more expensive just for the small bottle for you as well? I mean, I would imagine that it is, because that seems to be your luck, unfortunately. Thanks. I'm loving it so far. We had like a little bit of an issue with the way one of like the glitter paints dried down, but it'll be okay. We can fix it. Or I'm in the middle of fixing it, I guess. Big dots. Like I use my biggest tools for those ginormous dots. Thank you, thank you. How's it going? And just a teeny bit of blue and green, nothing too crazy. Just a little bit. Not really. You would think, but not really. My show is a Saturday. So, coming up real soon. I mean, I guess that's not too terrible because ours isn't 99 cents either. Like it's I think it's like $1 or something, or maybe it's like $2, but that's not too bad. I thought that you would be paying a lot more for the smaller bottle. Oh, what about the watering can? Sorry, hold on. Let me scroll up. Thank you. There are a few watering cans that I've done. The one that I was making recently, it's not like done yet. I still need to get special vinyl, but these are the other watering cans that I have. This one says proud plant parent. And then this one says plant mom. But I have like a fully green one, and it's gonna say I wet my plants on it. Are you just gonna hang out next to me all day? Is that the plan, Mr. Kitty Kitty? Oh yeah, the shipping. Boo shipping, boo shipping. Hello, hello. Right? That wasn't my idea. Someone told me I should put that saying on there, and I thought it was absolutely hilarious, so I did. Yeah, isn't the orange one pretty? It's like super bright and colorful. If you like the how to you just literally just tap the screen, and it should send some little hearts onto the screen for me. Hello, hello. So these are dot art tools. The ones that I'm using right now are acrylic rods or acrylic dowels. Basically anything that needs a dot that's bigger than what this one can make. So you can see it's not very big of a ball point. So anything bigger than this, I have to go to the acrylic rods. And there are a bunch of different sizes on these ones. So basically ranging from probably this small, all the way to like that big. So there's a nice range of sizes for those acrylic rods that helps me get some larger dots on here. Right? It's so funny. You should, Anya. You're welcome. So we're just cluster dotting this whole starfish. There's really not much of a whole design aspect to it, which is actually kind of fun to do it this way, because then you're not really confined to, you know, a circular pattern. You can be a little bit more creative, and I think that you can paint cooler things when you use different shapes. So I'm literally just coloring this space in with dots. That's all I'm doing. I'm just kind of scattering different sizes of paint around, different colors, so that it looks really random. It's kind of random. There's a little bit of a method to my madness, but not too much of a method. Right? Honestly, I think about that a lot, Anya, because I sell a lot of dotting tools, especially on Etsy. My dotting tools are my best seller on my Etsy page. And I'm like, if I was just one of those shops that strictly sold like art supplies, I feel like I'd be making so much money. But I want to paint. So I'll sell some art supplies on the side. I love this color combo. Very pretty, very, very like beachy, which was the vibe that we were going for. Right? I love packing orders though. It's one of my favorite things. I don't know why. Just packing up like things together and putting a shipping label on them. It's just fun. Which one? The green one? Hold on, I'll zoom down. Are you talking about this one right here? That is called, I guess it's not really green. It's like a blue, green, gray. It's called Blue Mist. I think that this was one that I had to get off the DecoArt website. They didn't sell it in stores, but it was too pretty to pass up. That's true. That might be another reason why it's so satisfying. But like I love packing orders. It's fun. It probably has something to do with the fact that like when I was growing up, like I loved school supplies and like office supplies and things like that. And so it kind of like makes me feel like that a little bit again, because you know, you get all the fun packaging and labels and things like that. You're welcome. Yeah, I have, there's not that many, but there are a few paints that I have that, like, they don't sell in stores yet. They probably will, you know, in, like, 4 or 5 months. That's kind of what seems to happen is when they have certain colors that you find only on their website, you'll find them in stores, like, 4 or 5 months later. I'm actually surprised that they don't offer shipping outside of the US. That actually is really surprising. Especially, like, if you guys are paying for it, you know? And there's not, like, an international DecoArt website? You know how, like, for you guys, like, you guys have a different Amazon than we do. I know, isn't it coming along all pretty? I know. I love laminators. I want one. I don't need one, but I want one. This is 12 inches. So, kind of bigger than normal. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I just think customs are silly. I mean, I get why, but customs are just makes everything difficult. That's why I don't ship out of the country from my website, and I only do it via Etsy because they take care of all that confusing stuff. You were lurking last night. Oh yeah, we were just getting started, but hopefully we can either finish this or at least get all of the base dots on here today. We'll be on here till about 6 o'clock, so we're just going to be working on this all day long. Oh yeah, that's true. That is true. There's a reason that a lot of other countries are more healthy than us because they don't allow certain ingredients in things. Thanks. It's a custom mix. It's not really all that like crazy custom, but it's the pink folk art like rose gold kind of gold color shift color with the DecoArt pearlizing medium, so half and half, equal parts of both of those. So basically it just lightens up that color shift a little bit so that it's not as dark, because we wanted this a little bit more like muted, but we still wanted that pink with like the gold, rose gold color shift. Aren't they pretty? I'm good. How are you? So I have, not very often because, you know, the really high quality micas and color shifters work a lot better. So like, for example, I have a color shifting pigment that I got from Resin Rockers, and it's a little expensive. But like it lasts forever, you know. But anyways, so I mixed that into my Duraclear High Gloss Varnish, which is similar to like a Mod Podge. Or maybe I didn't use that. I used some type of clear mixing medium, and I mixed that mica powder into it. And it basically just gave me like a really pretty color shifting paint. But I found that, like, I went and then I bought some stuff off Amazon, some color shifting pigments, and they just weren't as like high quality and super color shifty. So it, like, you know, the color payout wasn't as nice as like the one that I have from Resin Rockers. So if you spend like good money and get like really high quality, super color shifty pigments, then yeah, it worked really, really well. I mostly would use it for like top dots though. Just because I didn't want to use a whole lot of pigment because I didn't want to waste it all. But let me see. I have a couple that I can show you because I used it on a few things. So like on this one, I used like a blue kind of color shift, and it just really looks like blue. But there's one that's like purpley. This one's the one I got from Resin Rockers. So you can see like that the color shift goes from like a green to like maybe like even like a purple. I mean, I don't know if it's showing up for you guys, but for me, I see the purple and the green. But yeah, this one's like more of the high quality pigment. So I guess long answer, yes, it does work. You just gotta get like you gotta spend a little bit of money to get some good pigments. Ow, I hit my knee. Yeah, look at you guys with all those likes. I did. Here, I'll show you. He's just kind of chilling, standing up, waiting for the resin coat. I need to finish this first before I do resin because they both are going to the same place. Thanks. Yeah, it turned out good. I think it was a total of about like, what? I think we put 9 hours into it. 9-ish hours, maybe a little longer because I did finish it up like off camera. But I think it's about 9 hours into that. I know. It's just kind of like a silhouette cut of it. She wanted like kind of like more of like a floppy ear kind of looking Great Dane. So that was the shape that we found that she liked the best. So on this one, I am using the light gold Craft Smart. This is one of my favorite golds, you guys. I think it's just so pretty and so sparkly. I know it's not deco art, but sometimes I do go outside of deco art for certain colors. Usually gold and silver, I'll go to folk art or like Craft Smart, but that's the gold. I'm using some glitter paints. So like these two are glitter paints. So those are the Folk Art Extreme Glitters. And then for the pink, it's the Folk Art Color Shift, but it's also mixed with the pearlizing medium just to kind of lighten this up a tiny bit. I can kind of see that. How basic? No. Listen, dotting is not an easy task. It gets easier the more that you do it, but it's not that easy when you're first starting out. So just even making something that you're even proud enough to give to someone is a huge like step. And we've talked about this before, but people who don't dot or who've never dotted before, they think like all dotting is beautiful, you know? Even if yours is more at the beginning stages, they don't really know any better. All they see is that you used a bunch of dots and tiny dots and created something really cool. That's all they see. And most people, especially moms, they love anything that their kid gives them. Doesn't matter how old you get. I still give my mom things, and I'll be 30, well, no, I'll be 29 this year, but I'm almost 30 and I still give my mom things. Yeah, I do too. I love that one as well. But I switched it because it didn't like to react well whenever I was using the Duraclear on top of my ornaments. So I switched it, and then I just found another color that I liked better. But that one's a good color as well. That enamel, the gloss enamel's gold. That was one of my go-tos for a while. Woohoo! 4 dots in different sizes. Look at you go. Right? Moms love art. I mean, I'm giving my mom a broken pot for Mother's Day. Oh, no. Well, I think it depends on the art. I mean, some stuff that I would give my mom, like she'd never hang up and stuff like that. But nowadays, maybe because my art looks like pretty okay, nowadays she likes it. But I was never like super, super artsy when I was a kid. But I do like laugh at my friend because like her son would draw her pictures and he'd want her to like hang it on the fridge and she'd be like, "Oh wow, it's so pretty." And then like she threw it away and I was like shocked. I was like, "Why would you throw that out?" And she's like, "I'm not hanging that up." And I was like, "Okay, but like don't you save that?" Like isn't that something that you're supposed to save? And she was like, dude, if I saved everything that he drew me, like I wouldn't have room for anything else. Like sometimes you just gotta pick and choose. Yeah, so doing the top dots really gives you that I wouldn't say 3D, but it definitely adds a lot of depth. So the dots in general, when they dry, will kind of have texture, no matter if you use just one dot or two. But I always like adding top dots, that's what we call them, on top of them because it just like gives you like extra dimension to the piece. And you can like add more colors and it just looks more like cooler, but you don't have to. But I always say that you gotta top dot. Top dots are the way to go. Yeah, see, you get it. You get it. Oh, good. Yeah, I don't know. I've had like some bad luck with my Duraclear lately, but honestly, I think it's because of the like using like too much and not smoothing it out, not doing a thin enough coat. But because when I do a really thin coat, it's fine. But if I go a little heavy-handed and I don't get rid of some of it, sometimes my dots crack, which is like super upsetting. But, you know that I love the resin, so I typically don't use Duraclear that much unless I'm like painting those Christmas ornaments. Practice does make perfect. Yes, I highly recommend top dots. Top dots are life. I typically, with my top dots, sometimes I'll use every single color that I use in my palette and just kind of switch them onto other colors. Or I'll just, for this one, for example, I'll pick a couple colors that I've used as base colors, and then I'll bring in glitters or like sometimes even like a darker shade of something that I haven't used yet, but still something that looks good with the color palette. So it just kind of depends. But top dots for me are just kind of a way to just add some extra oomph to it, you know? That's true. Practice makes almost perfect. Almost perfect. There's always room for improvement in some way, shape, or form, even if it looks really pretty. The digital thing is a good idea, though. So I prefer Krylon. I don't really have too much of an opinion. I'd have to look at like the bottles or the cans side by side, because the reason I like the Krylon is that there are a couple like things to it. Here, I'll show you the can. So, where is it? So, the thing that I like about the Krylon is the UV resistant. So it protects against the UV rays. So like, you know, it's like non-yellowing, as it says, non-yellowing. Moisture resistant, it dries really fast. So I don't know if the Rust-Oleum has the same aspect to it, but like I trust this stuff so much. I use it all, like that was my go-to clear. You know, so I typically don't change things up unless it stops working well for me, or something can work better. Oh, okay. So, I guess they're probably really similar. Like it would make sense that two different brands have like a similar product, you know, otherwise like someone's gonna go to the other brand to get that product, you know, if they need to. So that's okay, you're here now. So all resin will yellow over time. Like there's literally nothing you can do about it. But some resins are just better than others. Resin rockers, like never for yellows, at least in the last like 2 years or so that I've been using it, year and a half or so. Theirs is like significantly better than others. So even their UV resin, like she, as in Mandy, the resin rockers girl, she'll put her UV stuff in front of a window and let it sit, and she'll have a couple other brands as well that she's made stuff out of and let it sit and kind of show in comparison every like few months or so the yellowing, and like hers is still clear. Like I'll show you some resin that I have, and it's only like been a year. Now I just bought this resin rocker, so obviously it's gonna be clear, but hold on, let me move this. This is another brand that I use, and you see just like how it's kind of dark. Hold on, let me grab a napkin. Do you see how yellow that is? I should probably just toss it. But just some brands just are better than others. Yes. Yes, you can. That's usually where I get mine. Do I have something on top of the cream, khaki and cream on the other leg? Yeah, all of them are pretty much top dotted, like all the different colors. That's yours. The Starfish, are you calling dibs on the Starfish? Is that what you were saying? Because this is actually a custom order. but I'm probably going to get more to make more of them. Yeah, exactly. Resin Rockers just is crazy. I don't want to say that they've never yellowed, but at least compared to other brands that I've used with the same amount of time, those brands have yellowed and Resin Rockers still has not. So, thank you. I think it matters more on like tumblers, honestly, or if you resin over something that's white or light, then you're gonna really see when something starts to yellow. In my case, we're not really resining over anything light usually, so like I can't tell on anything, but at the same time, just from looking at other bottles of things, I can tell that it hasn't yellowed. Yeah, yep. Better load up on some paint while you're there too. Yeah, I tried to use colors that like were pretty opposite, but nothing that like stood out too much. Get moving. You just gotta like sit down and get started, Once you sit down, get some stuff going, you won't be in that weird mood anymore. I feel that. There are some days where all I want to do is just like sit on the couch and do nothing. But then once I get to painting, I'm like, okay, I feel better. Hi, Anthony. Well, I have a show on Saturday. Field trip down to see my show. Right? You don't sit on a couch. You're too busy. My couch, when we got it, we basically like built our own couch, like some couches, like some companies let you like pick certain parts and you kind of put your couch together. And so my sitting area is like a little chase, so I can like sprawl out my legs, all that kind of stuff. And Scott has like a recliner part. So his looks like a normal couch, but then he can recline back and put his legs up. So my couch is super comfy. It's kind of like a little bed. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, it's still raining and gross here right now, Anthony, but it's supposed to be nice over the weekend. But I mean, I'm inside. I chose indoors because I don't like to have my art outside if I can avoid it at shows. So I'm going to be inside a building. So even if it does rain, because we never know, it's Pittsburgh. Like they'll say it's not supposed to rain and then it does. But yeah, the weather should be nice for this weekend for this show. Yeah, I feel that. I spend a lot of time over at my like craft desk area, especially right now since it's like show prep time. I live over here. Yeah. It might be about a 2-hour drive for you, maybe a little longer, but I don't know. I don't have any Ohio shows this year because it's been about a year since we met, Anthony. Because my last show was the 5th and 6th, I think, and that was when I was in Ohio, and it was just a total crap show. Like my worst show to date. It was a terrible show. So Ohio shows have kind of soured me a little bit. Well, I don't know. that's cool. That should be fun. I signed up for a couple shows today, so I'll have, as long as I get approved, I'll have a show October 22nd. I have some in July, so the same person I'm doing a show with on Saturday, there's another show in July, so I'm doing that. And then I have a show September 30th and October 1st. It's a weekend show. And then that next weekend, there's a show in State College that I applied for. And then at the end of October, there's a show back home. So I might have like 3 shows in October, which, might be a good thing, might be a bad thing. And then in November, I haven't applied yet, but that's when like the big State College show is. So I'll be back up in State College. And then, eventually I'll get some Christmas shows in, down. But I'm waiting to hear back for when, like, the State College show is, because that's kind of putting all of my other shows on standby, because I'm not gonna commit to a show that could be at the same time as the State College show this year, because I gotta go to that one. That's my favorite one. The Backwoods Festival in Ohio. I've never heard of that. Yeah, where is it? Because, like, I'll go to some Ohio shows if they're, like, within an hour or so of me. Like, some stuff is kind of close to PA. But I won't drive, like, many hours to shows. That's just a lot. Especially, because I'm not going to pay for a place to stay. So I like to, come home after the show. And I don't want to, like, drive a bunch of hours after sitting at a show for a bunch of hours. Yeah. I've dotted on some acrylic pieces. I don't know if I have any now. But yeah. And then you just put resin on top. Indianapolis. Hey, Mel. Thornville, Ohio. Let's see how far away that is from me. $124 miles, which means it's a 2.5-hour drive for me. I would think plexiglass is similar to, like, acrylic. For the most part, and I would seal that with resin or UV resin, depending on how big it is. If it's something small, like a keychain or like jewelry, then UV resin. If it's something bigger, then like regular resin. Or you could probably seal it with a high gloss spray. That would probably be okay too, but I tend to reach for resin. I can't help it. Oh, shit. Yeah, see, if it was closer to me, I would consider it. But since it's a 3-day, like, festival, that would, like, I'd have to account for, like, some type of, like, hotel, and that adds on extra cost. Well, I mean, it could be worth it if it's, like, a busy show. But I haven't done, like, huge shows yet. My biggest show is State College, but my best friend and, like, old college roommate lives up there, so I stay with her. So, like, I don't have to pay for a place to stay while I'm up there. So that's why I go up to State College, and, like, make a little bit of a drive, because I don't have to pay for anything, and I don't have to, like, go home. But yeah, I don't typically go to shows elsewhere where I have to, like, pay for a hotel or do like a large commute back and forth if I decide not to do a hotel. Yeah, maybe. It's probably too late this year to apply anyways. Okay, we'll see ya. We'll be here, Jen. We'll have to look it up and see. Sometimes you get lucky and they're like, you know, accepting applications like, you know, kind of closer to it. Others, like for like the Pittsburgh Arts Festival, which I'm nowhere near being like big enough to do that yet. You have to apply real early and applications close real early. So, like I've definitely had shows that I like go to apply and I miss the deadline. It just kind of depends, I think, on how popular and how big it is. Oh, hold on. I missed something. One sec. You dotted on a letter this morning. The paint came off so easily. What kind of letter? Or like a wood letter? Or... Let me write it down so that I don't forget to look it up. Oh, sometimes the way that like the finish is on those will kind of influence how the paint stays. Sometimes if you sand it down and paint like another white coat over it, it'll help a little bit better. I'm scrolling to find that thing again, but Anthony, I'm laughing at the circle maker ruler. Backwoods Festival. Yeah, there are some things that I've bought to paint on top of, and it like when you put the paint on it, it kind of like separates. Like it's really weird. I don't really know how to explain it, but I think I know what you're talking about. And in that case, yeah, you have to like sand it, and then like paint over it with a white or like a gesso or something. But there's some like kind of top coat on it that just the paint doesn't seem to like. But that's good to know because I've actually looked at those letters and I've thought about like buying some, and those probably would have pissed me off if I didn't know I had to prep it beforehand. I hate when that happens. Oh no. That's weird. See, no, I wouldn't have noticed because typically on stuff like that, you'll see it immediately how the paint goes on. It like doesn't stay. It like does some weird. It's like if you tried to paint over like something like kind of greasy. I don't really know how to explain it, I guess, but that's weird. That's upsetting. I hate when that kind of stuff happens. It just makes you want to like not paint for the rest of the day. Yeah, kind of like the edges kind of start to crack, not crack, but like it just, they like, I don't know. And I'm trying to think if I have anything that it'll do that on right away. It doesn't happen often, but like sometimes I find like if I'm like, if I touch my face after a long day, if I like rub my eyes or like whatever, and then I go and touch a piece of resin and go to paint on it, sometimes the paint doesn't like to stay well, so I have to like, rub it with some rubbing alcohol, and then it's fine. But like I bought this like frame type thing from Michael's one day, and it was one of those like those things where you can stick the letters in it, and like those little signboards, and I tried to paint right on top of it, and the paint just like didn't adhere well. Yeah, I would recommend trying to sand it and then going back over it, because that's how I fixed my stuff whenever I noticed the paint wasn't laying right. If you sand it and then paint over it, it usually works a little bit better. The random pattern is fun, and it's a good way to kind of get you introduced to all of your tools and your paint, and also just challenges you to not let your dots run together. You get your dots like really, really close to others without them running together. Oh, kittens. I love kittens. They're so cute. Speaking of kittens, I don't know where my cat is. He's probably sleeping now. Yeah. Yeah, so I always say like this is a good way before you jump into like a pattern. This is a good way to introduce you to like the main aspects of dotting. And once you get those techniques down, then it's a little bit easier to do a design. But this is a good like starting method, and it doesn't matter how long you've been doing it. Like it's good for beginners, but it's still really nice for like non-beginners. I just like these because you can be a little bit more creative. You're not confined to the circle design. And so, I feel like you can just paint a little bit more. Yeah, we used a champagne kind of gold glitter, and then also we used like two different champagne colors, but the one kind of dried really orange on top of the light color, so I went over it with silver to kind of like mute it out a little bit. So like this one's like the regular one, but these ones, they were like the gold, but I put silver over it just to kind of mute it down a little bit, and I think it looks a lot better. Hey, thanks. So actually I get a lot of my rings off eBay. Now, before you think eBay, what? I've been buying my rings from eBay since I've been in like middle school and high school, so like at least 10, 15 years. There are certain sellers on there that I trust, and like they're not just like, the kind of rings that turn your fingers green, like they're actually like sterling silver. But my favorite shop on eBay is Extreme Gems 2010 X, not EX, just Extreme Gems 2010. And they have other things other than like opal, and they have earrings, necklaces, like pendants, rings, bracelets, like they have a bunch of stuff, but I always just filter it so that I'm only seeing the sterling silver, like fire opal rings, because those are the kind of rings that I like. And yeah, some of them you can bid on, some of them you can, you know, buy it now. It just depends. But yeah, they have a lot of different like styles and designs and colors and things like that. Hello, hello. Good afternoon. We're just working on this starfish all day today. We'll see if we can't like get it finished or mostly finished by 6 o'clock. Hopefully we can get it mostly finished. We have about 3 hours to go. So I think that we're kind of on track to get it finished, hopefully. That would be good and make me feel good. Thank you. Yes, I do. I do custom orders and I take like special requests. But yeah, this is a custom order, for example. So she picked the shape, she picked like the color scheme. She kind of picked the pattern. Like I knew that she didn't want like a certain kind of look to it. And then I just kind of took it from there. I've actually done sea turtles. I have actually a couple sea turtles on my website right now. I'll show you the 2 of them that I have. I also like turn my art into like keychains and things like that too. Yeah. So here's one of my sea turtles. This is an 8-inch sea turtle. It's covered in resin. It's wood. So here's one of them. And then my other sea turtle is 14 inches. So he's a lot bigger. And that's the other one. But I've turned this one into a keychain. So here is it in a keychain form. So it's like a print, but it's a keychain. And then we have, this is my original sea turtle that I did, that I turned into a sticker. But, you know, I have new designs since then. But yeah, so I've done sea turtles. Yeah, I think I have about 4 hours before it kicks me off. So probably around like 5-ish, I'm going to have to start paying attention to it. I got up for something. I don't know, I guess I'm going to sit back down until I remember what I got up to do. I figured while I was standing up, I would go do something, but I can't remember. Yeah. Sorry, I have a fingerprint on it because that's just me. So there's color shifts in it. Yeah. So if you go to my website under wall decor, there are a bunch of different animals and stuff like that. Ooh, also I have an ornament. I forgot about him because I forgot that I just made this one too. This one's an ornament. So this one's under holiday ornaments, but everything else is under like wall decor, or like depending on what it is, like keychains, wall decor. So yeah, thank you. That is 4 inches. I believe it's a 4-inch ornament. Thanks. Yep, it's for sale. Yeah, if you go to jgrons.art.com, it's also linked in my bio. If you go to my profile on here, you should be able to find it. I believe my wall decor section is my featured thing, so you should see it almost immediately. Oh, you're talking about this? This is actually a custom order, so this one is not going to be available for sale. But I will be buying like another shape and probably doing another like smaller version of this. But Yeah, I have seahorses, I have turtles, I have some dolphins, I have a stingray. I have quite a few like sea themed kind of things on it. I am able to, but sometimes I like to keep it up so people can see like what I've made. But I have been meaning to go through and clear like certain things that have already been sold. I just haven't, put the time to it yet. But yeah, no, there are some things I want to get off of there just because I feel like it's getting a little jumbled. But yeah, I have it set to like still show my sold items. But I'm gonna like manually go through it and like delete certain ones. Yeah, that was kind of my mindset behind it. But yeah, there are certain things that I'm like, I guess people don't need to see that this one sold. But at least like my big pieces, or most of my big pieces like this, I'll probably keep up. But there are probably smaller ones that I'll be like, meh. Because last year, for my ornaments, you guys know I sell a shit ton of ornaments. I kept all of those up even when they were sold out. And like there were a bunch of people that would message me and they'd be like, I want the one like this, but it's sold out. Can you make another one? So it kind of like got me some extra sales because people were able to see things that I've already done. But yeah, I do need to clean up just a little bit. Exactly. But yeah, I have been meaning to go through and just get rid of some of them. Thank you. Yeah, it's helpful. It definitely is helpful. But the more stuff I add, the more jumbled the website is. Kind of what I try and do, and it doesn't work all the time because like it's about me just being OCD about the way certain things are laid out. What I'll do is I will like move a lot of my sold out pieces like all the way to the bottom, so that like they'll show up on like the last page or whatnot, you know what I mean? And then like the first few pages are all like in stock items. It works well for like certain things, but not everything like works well that way. But I'll do that with like ornaments and things like that. That's true. I could do that the more that I have, certain things. I need to edit. What I need to do is I need to edit my thing. I don't my code on my website so that I can add like a special box like right on the listing for like special requests and things like that. But that's like super complicated, and my friend like sent me screenshots of how to do it. I just haven't like sat down to do it yet. It's just difficult. The last time I was editing my my code, which like I have no idea what I'm doing. I lived during the MySpace days, but like I never got into it that way, so like I'm not familiar with editing code, but like I was able to kind of figure out because I wanted to delete like certain areas of my website. And I was like doing it, and like how I was doing it is like I would like find approximately where it should be, and then I would delete it, and then I had my website up on like a different browser, and I would see if it deleted where I wanted it to, and I would just kind of go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. But one time I like accidentally deleted something and didn't realize it, and I saved it, and I like shit my pants because I thought I basically like ruined my entire website. And at that point, that was like after months of me building it and struggling, and it was like almost launch time, but I was able to fix it, thank God. So editing my code makes me a little nervous. No, I it's through Shopify. It gives you the ability to do like some basic like code editing and things like that, but they recommend that you don't touch it. so that, you can't mess it up. But I still play around with it sometimes. I was being stubborn and I didn't want to pay Shopify to like build my website for me, so I just struggled through it until I figured out how to use it. Honestly, Shopify isn't that bad. I haven't had any issues with it. I've seen like some people having issues, but like I haven't had any issues with it. The most issues I had was when I was building it. It wasn't really that user friendly. But like once like the light bulb kind of went off and things started to click and I realized that I had to do certain things certain ways, and I like, got the bare bones kind of going, then it's easy to manage. Now that it's up and running, it's really, really easy to manage. But it was a little difficult trying to build it on my own, that's for sure. But I managed it after, a couple months of me just sitting at my computer for hours, just like cursing and dropping F-bombs and all that stuff. But I think the bad things that I've seen about Shopify usually happen to people that don't have like original stuff on, their website. So like when they're doing a lot of like Disney or copyrighted items, Shopify has recently kind of been cracking down a little bit. Like they're not nearly as bad as Etsy is, but they have kind of been, doing stuff like that. But no, I haven't had any yet. I haven't had any bad experiences with Shopify. I've also taken down a lot of my like potentially copyright like items. I mean, I really don't do much in general, but like you guys know, like I've done like Stitch and I've done Jack and Sally and things like that. I have a couple items still left up on my website, but for the most part, I took all of them down. Thanks. That seahorse has been hanging out on my website for a while. I honestly didn't think it would still be here now, but it's sometimes you just gotta wait for that right person to find it. Yep, exactly. So you just gotta be careful with that kind of stuff. And, as sad as it is, I hate to say it, but like it's nobody's fault but their own. Like pretty much probably a good 90% of people who sell stuff like that, they know they're not supposed to. Like I know that I probably shouldn't be selling anything Disney related, even though like it started off as a custom order. Like I know I shouldn't be. I keep a couple things up, but I will most likely be taking them down soon since my account is getting bigger. But yeah, like the people who only sell that kind of stuff, like they know. And if they don't know, then they just shouldn't be doing their business because that means they haven't done enough research. Yeah, I've heard of like Shopify like stopping certain sales when it comes to certain things too. Like even if it's not like Disney or like copyrighted, it's more of like mystery boxes or like things like that, scoops, mystery scoops. Shopify doesn't like that wording either. Exactly. And that's like, a reason why I like won't do Disney anymore. Like if someone asks me for a custom, I might consider it, but like I won't post about it anymore. Like I went through and I took down all of my like specialty ornaments that like I had made last year. Even though they started as customs, I originally decided to keep them up, but I had a live one night go like viral. Like I've never had more than a few hundred people at max on my live, except one time I had over 1,000 people watching me paint a Christmas ornament last year, because I happened to just go on like randomly at night and there were just like over 1,000 people watching me paint a Grinch ornament. And I got a lot of orders that night, like not a lot, but like, you know, more than I normally would. But like the amount of people that were like coming after me on my live when I was sitting there painting one, it freaked me out, because you know that people could just, you know, go on and report you for no reason. And so that kind of made me take down like all of my listings pretty much after that. Yeah, that was my live when I decided that it was time for me to add some mods to my lives, because typically I can keep up with the conversation and the questions and stuff pretty easily, because most of my lives are pretty chill. Even when the comments come in super fast, like I'm pretty much able to, you know, figure it out. But yeah, that live was insane. I was getting asked like the same question a bazillion times, and like the comments were coming in faster than I can read them. And so thankfully, you know, after that I had some people that were like, hey, you want, you know, can I be a mod? Yeah, Sharon, you're a mod. Yep. I think you were one of them that kind of offered after that point. So yeah, it was a big deal, because I think my sister was a mod at that point, and like my friend Holly was a mod, and Anthony might have been, and that was it. And so nobody like was on at that point. Thankfully, I had some regular watchers during that time, and so they were able to kind of help me out and answer questions when I missed them. But yeah, none of my mods were on at that point, and so I was like, it was a crazy, crazy live. Aw, thank you. Thank you. I want to see. Melissa, thank you. Ooh, pretty. You got fun stuff. Ooh, I love that ornament that you got. Well, I love all of them, but yes, very good choices. Thank you so much. Yeah. See, like in normal times, like I'm pretty good at answering the questions. Which is why I don't require any of my mods to like absolutely answer questions. You know, you guys just do if you can. But yeah, for the most part, like I can pretty much keep up with my lives like on a normal day-to-day basis. I know, it was exciting, but it was wild. I had never experienced anything like that before, and honestly, like I'm kind of glad that my lives aren't always like that, because I really like to be able to sit here and like have a conversations with you guys and not feel like I can't, because one, I'm missing the things that you guys are saying, and two, like there's just so much going on that I can't, you know, concentrate on like a specific conversation. So I'm kind of glad that I don't have to deal with that every day. Every once in a while, I'm sure it's nice, but which brings me to a point. Scott told me today, or the other day, that he is most likely doing some stuff with the boys this weekend. So with his boys. So that means he was like, you can probably have like a late night live on Saturday. How exciting. And also we were talking about doing a weekend, like maybe once a week, a late night weekend live. So Friday or Saturday. Because I told him that I think that it would be nice to do a nighttime live every once in a while, and he agreed with me. So we might be seeing a Friday or Saturday night Jay Gron's live a little more often. It was last year. I was painting a Grinch ornament, and it just was one of those lives that like popped off for some reason, and there were over 1,000 people in my live, and it was really, really, really hard to keep up with all of the comments and the questions and, you know, things like that. I've never had a live like that since, and it was really unexpected, but yeah, it just basically, you know, was kind of a turning point for me where I was like, it's about time that I add some people as moderators, just, you know, to have them there to help me, you know, if something, you know, happened or too many comments came in and I couldn't keep up with it, or if there were a lot of meanies in my live, you know, they could like control that a little bit. But yeah, it was a crazy night, that's for sure. I know. Isn't that nice of him? Well, don't worry, Sharon. I'll be doing more late night lives. Like I did tell him I want to do one at least once a week because I think it's just beneficial to me. Exactly. I have like a nice handful of mods in here now. And they're all just like regular viewers. That just kind of like to hang out. You know, they've been here long enough where like they know the basic questions, like, you know, what kind of paint do I use, what do I use as a sealant, you know, just like things like that. Where do I get my wood blanks, you know, what kind of glitter, what am I using in my ornaments, all that kind of stuff. Like those are the questions that like I usually get asked pretty regularly, and so like they'll be able to kind of help me out. But yeah, I appreciate every single one of my mods. Well, you know, that's the other good thing about mods too, is that like thankfully, I mean, there have been people that have been in my lives when there have been some not so nice people, and I'm just that type of person that I avoid confrontation at like any freaking cost. And so if there's anybody like even remotely trying to like cause an issue or make me feel uncomfortable, thankfully my mods and just my even people who aren't mods will like literally immediately like eat them alive. So it's helpful. They kind of come to my rescue. This is the same style, but I have like different colors. So my old nails were more like normal rainbow, and these ones are more like a, you know, not pastel, kind of like a neon pastel kind of color scheme. I actually like this color scheme better. More blues and purples and stuff. Yeah. Yep. Thankfully I don't get much of that in here, but that's really hard for me to like defend myself on, because whenever I feel like attacked or uncomfortable, my brain shuts off. So I've been able to kind of, that's actually one of my words, that like the cultural appropriation, because like people love to come at people with that, even though like I don't. That's one of those words, and I have it blocked. So even if someone tried to type it, it wouldn't come up, which is good. Because you can block certain keywords in your lives or on your videos and stuff. And so that's just one of the ones I choose to block, because I don't need that negativity. Exactly. Oh, so it means you found something to do. Now you have a little bit more motivation, Jen. That's okay. Yeah, exactly. It's just hard. Like I can see where some people are coming from, but like art literally comes from so many different cultures and backgrounds that like no one specific culture owns any certain type of art style, really. I mean, maybe there's a few, but like the biggest one that people come at me for is when I'm doing like this kind of exact style, so not like the mandala, but just like the cluster dots. I've heard a lot of people talking about, and now it's gonna freeze in my mind, because the first time I heard about it, I like had never heard about it before, and I'm like, oh, well, I can tell you that's not where I got it from, because I didn't even know that was a thing. What is it? Guys, someone help me. It's like I think of Australia when I think about it. They're kind of dot art. So that's like really, you know, a big no-no for a lot of those people, but like they're not the only ones that paint with dots, you know. And on the same kind of Aboriginal, thank you. I had never heard of that before, like never ever. And when someone said that, I was like, I don't know, and I googled it and I was like, oh, I can totally see, like, you know, some similarities for sure. But like, no, that's not where I got this from. I thought I was being creative and coloring things in with dots, like, you know. Yeah, so that's like, I create from my heart and nothing, you know, nothing more. And I try really hard not to look at anybody else's work and get inspiration from, because, you know, I feel like that's where you can kind of, you know, run into a little bit of hot water. Oh, yes, good to know. Thank you. So it's just hard. But, you know, at this day and age, we're all so mixed with different, like, we come from all these different backgrounds that, you know, you couldn't really tell by the color of my skin or the way that I'm talking if I have a specific background or not. Like, you just can't assume that kind of stuff anymore. You know, so it's definitely one of those things that makes me uncomfortable sometimes. But thankfully we don't have to deal with it very often on my account. But yeah. That's why I say, like, you know, this is a stress reliever for me, and really the only kind of inspiration I take from anything regarding this art form, because it's just so over other different areas as well, is the meditational aspect of it. This is kind of how it started for me. I needed something to calm my mind and chill me out, and then it just turned into so much more for me. She had to turn down her phone and listen for me. Well, I'm glad you're back. Or turn down her TV and listen. We're just chugging along right on through this today. Listen, your bad eye doesn't seem that bad from the art that you created the other day. See, that's what I mean. I had no idea. And then I looked at it and I was like, oh, I can definitely, you know, see the resemblance. You know, I can see where you think that, but like, nope. I was lost, but now I'm found. What? Which aspect or what part of your work? Because you do a couple different things. So it depends on what it is that I'm painting. and if it's like a custom order or anything as well. So for this specific one, this is a custom order, and so I didn't like necessarily like pick. I picked the colors, but I didn't choose the color scheme. The person who ordered it said that she wanted very like neutral, beachy, lots of tans and, you know, colors like that with like, you know, she picked this pink. And then she said she wants like little touches of like green and blue, but more like muted greens and blue, and she wanted glitter. So that was kind of what I went off of with this one. But for things that I'm like free painting, for example, I go off of a few things. It could be what I'm feeling. So like if it's something that doesn't, you know, really require a certain color. I mean, nothing requires a certain color, but I guess you wouldn't paint a green hippo, for example. You know what I mean? So sometimes I'll just go off of like what I'm feeling. If I'm feeling certain colors, I typically, if I don't know what color scheme I want to use, I will always reach for like blues, teals, and purples. Like, I don't know, those just, those definitely appeal to me, and I just totally reach for those. But if it's something like, you know, a turtle, I know that I'm going to go with a bunch of different greens and things like that. For me, when I think of hippo, I think of purple. Purple. I don't know why. So I did a purple color scheme with a hippo. I have, this is newer for me. There are these things called the color cube, which I just haven't purchased it yet, because it's coming from, I think, Australia, so 'tis a little expensive, so I'm kind of saving up for it. But for the time being, I created a Pinterest board of color palettes, and it is basically just a bunch of pictures with like a background or something, and then it takes all the colors in, like the main colors in the picture, and it puts them like in a little palette next to it. And so I will scroll through that to kind of find some color inspiration as well. Paint jar is, I think we're at 18 now, so it's pretty full, but I think we're probably gonna hit maybe about 25 before it's full, which I do have a nice handful of them that I have to scrape and peel, but I just haven't done that yet because I keep making a video, or I need to make a video. Here, I'll show you. They're fabulous. I definitely like want them, and I want both of them because it just makes sense. There's 2 volumes, but they're like, you can buy them like as a bundle for $67, or each of them are $40, but then you have to pay for shipping, so you know. But this is the color cube. It comes with cards, and so it has like a picture, and then it takes all the main colors and puts it next to it. And then on the back, I don't know if it has a picture of it, but it has, hold on. They have, oh, I guess they have an app for it too. But on the back, it has like the color numbers and things like that. So, oh, they are shipping within the United States? Well, that's good to know. Can I log into Pinterest from here? And then I decided to make a Pinterest board instead. So like I have color palettes. So it's basically the same idea, but it's just, you know, a free version of the color cube. And so I just started pinning a bunch of different colors and color schemes that I liked, that appealed to me, and I just save them all in one Pinterest board. And so whenever I, you know, don't know what colors to paint with, I will just scroll through this. As you guys can see, I was kind of in a neutral mood. A lot of those are neutral, but as we continue to scroll down, they get a little bit brighter and more fun. But yeah, so this is what I've been using for color inspiration, but I do want the color cube. I think I'm gonna ask for it for my birthday. Well, damn. Good to know. So with the leftover paint, I don't know yet. We are collecting it. I used to just throw it out, but I kind of thought that was wasteful. And I decided that I wanted to kind of keep it, let it build up, which is why I have a jar full of it. And then make something out of it. So, you know, maybe put it in some resin, do a resin fill, paint around it. I don't know. My birthday's coming up in June 13th. I think my profile is, public. I did share my Pinterest whenever I posted about it in my Facebook group. I shared it in the comments, but it's J Grons. I don't know if you can like search for a user on Pinterest, but it's jgrons.art, not J Grons, just well, yeah, I think it's jgrons.art because my uncle, I think, took J Grons Pinterest. So, it's jgrons.art, and I think you should be able to see it. Yeah, let me know. I like hinted it for my birthday to my parents on Facebook, but none of them responded to it. So I'm like, well, I don't think they saw it. But thank you. Yeah, I spent a lot of time the other night building that Pinterest board. I don't know. I just kind of hyper fixated on it for a couple hours. Really? I'm really confused. I have a bunch of saved ones. Yeah, these are all saved. I have a bunch of different things. Here, I'll share it to my Facebook group. Let's see if I can't share it to my Facebook group. No, I can't share it to my Facebook group. What the heck? Because I'm not in my group. Leave. Share, copy link. Here, we'll do it that way. Copy link. Then we'll go to my group. And all right, I shared it on my Facebook group. We'll see if it, yeah. Let's see. Share. I don't know if I can share a link. It doesn't give me a thing to go to Instagram, but I'll maybe make a post with it. I don't know. But yeah, I just went and shared my Pinterest profile on my Facebook group for you guys. So hopefully you guys can see all this stuff because my profile is public, and so I think you should be able to see it. I don't know though. It's not a business account though. It was my personal account that I changed into my account, and so I can't make it a business account because I spent all this time like adding like my art to it and just linking it to my website, and then when I went to change it to a business account, it told me I couldn't because I had to remove all of the outside links, and I'm like, but they're my links, what the hell? But I spent so much time on it that I didn't feel like going through and deleting all of it, and so I'm just keeping it the way that it is for now. Because I really don't use Pinterest all that often, and I just, I was like, I don't have the time for this. I don't have the time to figure this out. Does it work? So I don't know. I know that I have some type of Amazon account that I can get like affiliation and like things like that, through, like, if you guys were to buy something on my storefront, it's supposed to like give me a little bit of, money back. But like it doesn't happen often enough for me to really get anything from it. So, but so that might be a business account. I don't know for sure. Okay, good. So as long as you can see it, then that's all that matters. But yeah, you should be able to see all of my boards. There's a couple of them that I've privated, but like that's just more of like for like because it was my personal Pinterest, and I have some stuff that my parents like I have a gift ideas for Jenna Pinterest board because that's how like my parents and my family, like we all have one, and that's like a way that we can see, you know, what people want for Christmas or their birthday and things like that. Oh, well, I'll have to look into it. Because part of me feels like I have a business account, but also, like, I don't know for sure. Yeah, we're kind of connecting the dots. We're just putting smaller and smaller dots in here until we can't really fit anymore. It's probably like at least 4,013. There's probably more than that though. I would say there's at least, I don't know. I think 4,000 is not even close to the amount of dots I have on here right now. It was like Christmas. How come? Did you get something special? So typically I paint like 8-inch. So this is 12 inches. So this is gonna take a little longer than normal. My 8-inch ones take me about 4 hours from like start to finish, just painting, not including any of like the sealing and prep. But this we worked on for maybe about an hour, hour and a half last night, roughly. And then I worked on it for about another hour or so off camera. So this one's probably going to take me about 6 hours probably to complete, I would think. We're going to be working on this till 6 o'clock, and I'm pretty hopeful that at that point, like, I'll be able to have it done. I don't know for sure. But anyways, so 4 to 6 hours, depending on the size, usually for something like this. And then I prefer to use resin on top. I think it just looks really, really pretty and glass-like and just fancy. But if I'm not using resin, then I would use some type of like high gloss varnish, whether it be one that you can paint on with a paintbrush or like a clear spray paint varnish. I prefer Krylon, like gloss spray varnish. That's kind of my varnish of choice when it comes to something like this if I'm not using resin. But I also like DecoArt's DuraClear high gloss varnish. You just have to use a paintbrush with that one. And if you use too heavy of a coat, sometimes it causes the paint to crack. So, you know, I have to be careful with that so I don't ruin everything. But yeah, I'm going to be putting resin on top of this. Yeah, the pink top dots, they're color shifters. So it shifts from like a pink to kind of like a gold kind of champagne. So it's not all like, you know, bright pink, depending on the lighting. Probably because I use a lot of glitter and metallics. I do have matte varnishes, and I have used it on some things, but the paint, the acrylic paint that I use, it dries matte, and so the color of the paint when it's wet versus when it's dry, when it's wet versus dry, it's a little bit different. As it dries, it kind of gets a little darker, and I like the gloss to just brighten the colors back up sometimes. Oh, thanks for hanging out. Hope to see you again soon. But yeah, there definitely are some things that I think look better when they're matte, but for the most part, I just like it to be nice and shiny. Like, for example, these. would look really cool if they were matte. Like, I would go either way. I would either keep it matte or I would do gloss. I think they'd look great either way. But I chose to go with a gloss for these. But these looked really cool when they were dry without any type of varnish on them. But yeah, matte sometimes dulls out the color a little bit. And so that's another reason why I don't use it as much. But yeah, no. Don't really have too much against it. I just prefer it to be shiny. So the succulents that I bought, I found at Hobby Lobby, Michael's. The cactus ones I actually found at Walmart, surprisingly. I mean, they were, I was buying them in singles, so it was kind of expensive, when you add everything together, when each succulent is from, $2 to $5. That's a lot. But I recently bought like a bulk listing, not bulk, there's I think 12 of them online at Shein. And I was looking at the comments and the pictures and the reviews, and like they looked really good. So I decided to buy those and see the quality of them. I don't know. They're not at my house yet, so I won't know for sure. But the ones that I have so far, I mostly got at Michael's or Hobby Lobby. Yeah. Walmart has a few. What I've noticed though with some of them at Walmart is that some of them you can kind of see like the lines in the plastic a little bit more than others, but the cactus, at least they look nice, and I really liked how those look, so I bought them. But yeah, I did notice they have a few. Let's see. But yeah, if you can get to a Michael's though, Michael's has a ton, and Michael's is also where I got like the little tiny plants. Like these came like with succulents already. I just painted the pots. So Michael's sells, a bunch of different like succulent, like little mini potted plants, which I've kind of been obsessed with. And I also found little like trees too, like little like fabric-y kind of trees, which I thought were really cute. So sorry. It's that time to plug in my phone. I knew that was going to happen sooner than normal because my phone didn't charge all the way last night. I don't know why, but it's fine. We're plugged in now. We're good. Bye, Sharon. See you later. Thanks for hanging out. Right? Like, they're really cute. Like, even this one, like, I don't know. I'm going to try and paint both of them tonight because I just haven't yet. But, like, this one's cute, too. And I kind of want to bring it to my show on Saturday. If I can paint them and get them ready, they'll be coming with me to my show. We will see. I'm running out of time, though. Like, today and tomorrow are, like, my very last days to do anything, depending on what it is. So I'm running out of time. It might be too late to really paint anything new to bring to my shows, though. I am excited, but I'm also really nervous. I always get nervous before my shows, especially if it's a show that I've never done before, because, you just don't know how the turnout is going to be. Because it's hard enough for me to find like buyers, at my buyers, you know what I mean? To find people to buy my stuff at shows, because not all of my stuff is like cheap, like there are a couple things that are like, semi like affordable. I try and keep a lot of my stuff between like 15, but like up to $30. Like that's kind of like my sweet spot at shows. I don't usually go much higher than that because, you know, a lot of people don't want to kind of spend that kind of money at craft shows. You'll get a person every once in a while, but for the most part, I really don't have any luck selling my big stuff. However, at this show, I am basically debuting my wall decor because I never had this kind of stuff at my other shows. And so I'm curious to see how it does. So those will either sell or not, but either way, like, you guys like them. So it's not like they're just a bum product. They just might not be right for shows. Another thing that makes me nervous is if it's a show that's like new. So like the show that I'm doing on Saturday, it's a new like organizer. So like it's not a show that's been around for the last couple years, you know. This is their very first one. So if they didn't do a good job marketing the show, then nobody's going to come, and then it's going to be a waste of my time. So I'm kind of nervous because I don't really know what to expect. It seems like they're doing marketing because I've been tagged in a bunch of stuff on Facebook and Instagram and stuff like that. And they've been really like good with communicating with emails, but I don't know what they've done otherwise marketing wise. Like, I don't know if they did stuff in the paper. I don't know if they posted stuff around town because I don't live over there. So I haven't, like, it's not like I can see that they're posting stuff out and about, you know? So we'll have to see. But yeah, I mean, I'm excited and I'm a little nervous, but that kind of happens for every show. Thanks. Yeah, this one's turning out super freaking pretty. This is a custom order. Yeah, so I try to do a lot of beachy kind of things because it's summertime. Also like some floral-y kind of things because it's like spring, summer, you know. So we'll just have to see. There are just a lot of like new things that I've never brought to shows before. Like, I mean, I bring some wall decor, but I don't bring very much of it, and I don't like have a good display. Now I do. This show I've kind of redid my display a little bit where like these will actually have like a dedicated wall space instead of them just being like propped up on a table. So like hopefully, you know, them being viewed a little bit differently might kind of help. Also, I'm bringing ornaments, which I sell my ornaments during the holiday season, but not usually during like off-season shows, but I'm trying those out, see how they go. So like the ornaments themselves aren't new, but there are a couple new styles of ornaments that I haven't ever brought to shows. So like I'm curious to see how those will do. And then the potted plants, like the painted pots that I've done, those are new for like period. Like I've never done those until now, so I'm kind of curious to see if people will like those. I mean, I know you guys like them, but we shall see. But yeah, thank you. I'm nervous, but I'm excited. It should be fun. Shows are always fun, even when they're not like they don't turn out the best. You always meet some cool people while you're there, and so I kind of always try and have some sort of takeaway from my shows, whether it be something that I learn like not to bring or, you know, whatever, or, you know, it's kind of like a little marketing experience as well. You get to know other fellow small businesses, and you can like talk to them and share like, you know, which shows you've been to and like what you think you do well at and things like that. Not too long. So like usually most shows let you come about an hour and a half to 2 hours before the show starts. And I am one of those people, like normal, like in my life, I will always be early no matter what it is that I'm doing. Like I'm always going to leave early to make sure I have time to get there no matter what. So that I can like actually be there when I need to be there. So I'm going to be there. Like they told me I have to get there at 8:30. I'm going to be there at 8, like just in case. So I'm going to plan to be there at 8. My sister is coming to help me this weekend. So like I won't be alone setting up. So that's also going, you know, to be okay. Sorry, Lisa. I think that I missed it. What did you say? I think I missed your question. Which one? I mean, you can be there at 8:30. Which dot? Which dot is standing out from everything else? Oh, the khaki with the cream. The one on top of the white. Is that what you're talking about? Hold on. Are you talking about these ones? Or are you talking about like these big ones with on top of the gold? Wait, which one? Sorry. The white or the gold? The big one? Yeah, so I have to ask them later. So I'm still not sure about these ones. So these ones were originally that like other champagne color, but they were really orange earlier and I didn't like how they looked. So I put silver glitter on top. So if she doesn't like that still, then I'm going to have to change this. And then I was going to probably do something else on top of these ones, but we'll have to see what she thinks. I might do a triple dot and add like a little bit of like a darker color, or she might want me to use like another metallic or a glitter with it. So it might, you know, end up being something different at the end. I also kind of think that some of it is, you got to see it all like together. Like it might look like it's standing out right now because nothing else is painted, you know? Nothing else is top dotted besides that one area that I did yesterday. So, you know, once I get this section finished, we're going to go in and top dot everything else and see. Yeah, I was thinking about using, well, she doesn't want too much blue. So I was thinking about using, which one is it? Oh, I don't know where it is. I don't know. I was thinking about mixing a color and have it like be like some type of, I don't know. I don't want to use pink because the person that this is a gift for like doesn't like pink. I mean, she likes like the little bit of pink that I have, like that color is fine. But she's not like a pink person overall. She's very neutral like this. And so like she actually like prefers like this color scheme. So I don't know. So the green is, that's only going to be a base coat. That was something that I like asked yesterday, if they wanted like green as top dots or only like underneath and just to be peeking out around the edge. And they said they only wanted it underneath. So I can't use blue or green as top dots, even if it's like a neutral blue or green. That was like, you know, a no. So I have to be mindful of that. So yeah, very beachy. Very, very beachy. But yeah, I think I'm just gonna wait, see how like everything else looks together, and then kind of like go from there. You know, maybe add some different colors. Need to add more white. Yeah, they just wanted like a teeny tiny touch of blue and green, not anything like overwhelming. Oh, no, that's okay. Not taking it the wrong way. I'm just explaining that there is a method to the way that I'm doing the certain colors, that's all. It's like mostly up to my discretion, but I have a couple rules, you know, that I need to follow, or like requests that I need to follow. That's I guess the good wording for that. Not necessarily rules. I think that's what I used. Hold on. Actually, no. Desert sand is what I'm using right now. This kind of khaki sort of color. And so desert sand is actually over the white dots. That's the color that I used over those white dots. Sometimes I know what I'm doing. I think I make it look like I know what I'm doing a lot more than I actually do. I pretend that I know what I'm doing. Because most of the time I'm winging it. You know, I don't always know exactly how it's going to turn out. I might have like a little bit of an idea, but half the time I feel like you guys see it when I see it, you know? Like, I don't know. I guess we'll see what it looks like when it's done. That happens a lot. No, I get it. I might wind up putting like some type of glitter or, you know, mix a color to put over it. Because technically there's not going to be too much glitter or metallics. Like, they want that. So I don't think it would be a big deal if I decided to do triple dots on some of them and go over that one. But I'm going to get like all the top dots on there and then kind of go from there. The large gold one, these ones, no, this is just like a pretty metallic gold. The only color shift I'm using is that pink, and it goes to like a gold, like a light, like gold pink. Hold on, I'm getting a new paper towel because this one is covered in paint. No opinion is a bad one. You know, we all see colors and like things differently. So I appreciate everybody's feedback. You know, even if not everybody agrees with certain pieces of feedback, they're all helpful in their own way. You know what I mean? So I appreciate them all. You can't hurt my feelings with my work. I mean, you can, but none of you guys are, I guess is what I'm saying. So for the rocks that I'm using on my potted plants, it's I think it's just filler, and unfortunately I cut off the tag, but I got a bag of rocks from Joann Fabrics. I liked them because they were really small, and I figured that whenever I put the resin on it, it would really bring out like the blues and the gray and the kind of green kind of colors of the rocks. And I was right. It worked really well. So you can see that like whenever you put the resin on it, it really shines up a lot of those different colors. Like these are dusty, you know, and then the resin brightens it up. So I wanted like a really small like cut of rock, I guess. I didn't want them too big, so kind of like gravel, maybe a little smaller. Yeah, it would make a really pretty like light champagne gold. Basically, whenever you mix a color with the pearlizing medium, it doesn't matter if it's flat or already like a metallic color, it's gonna lighten up whatever shade you're using. Look up like decorative rock filler maybe, and that might come up because that's basically what it is. It's a filler. It's a filler rock. How do I keep my dots from joining together? Very carefully. No, so there's a little bit of a method to how I do this. And this is a really good way to practice not letting your dots run together. So as you can see, for the most part, I'm starting with my biggest dots and I'm working my way to the smaller dots. Okay, so that's a big way for me to like not let them bleed together. So I'm placing them as carefully as, you know, I'm not being like super careful, but I'm being pretty careful with it. And I'm basically just filling in the spots with you know, the next smaller size. You know, like I'll use like one size rod for a few colors, kind of scatter them around, and then once I feel like I'm kind of getting a little too close together, then I move to the next size down and I randomly kind of fill in the spots. I'm trying to get like kind of close, but like it doesn't have to be like touching or almost touching, because I know that once I get to a certain point, I'm going to be using a micro dotting tool and doing some like eeny weeny teeny tiny dots and filling in any extra space that may be there. So I just kind of go from big to small. So I just changed my size of a tool. We were using like this size, now we're going down to about this size. So I'm just going back through some of the colors and basically making a few dots of that color or of that size in a couple different colors. I can already see that I'm gonna probably have to switch down to the next size here shortly because I'm getting a little cramped for space. But yeah, that's kind of like the method that I use. But this is actually my favorite style of dotting because it allows you to not concentrate on the pattern, because there's really not a pattern, and it just makes you really focus on your dots. Now, every once in a while, there might be a couple that touch and bleed together, but the overall picture of it, you're not going to notice. If you're really trying to find mistakes, like you'll find them. But none of the mistakes are going to be anything that's like going to jump out and slap you in the face right away. You know what I mean? Like I won't get rid of all my little tiny mistakes. The ones that I will get rid of though are the ones that I can very easily see that, like, you know, kind of draw my eyes to them. Yeah, aren't they really pretty colors and rocks? I like them. They're almost like pin sized. Super teeny tiny dots. All right, so I'm gonna go down to the next size, smaller tool. And I think I'm gonna need to add, oh, I need to add like the blues and the greens. I almost forgot. That would have been bad. And you can adjust the size dot that you're the size dot just by using less pressure. So some of these dots might actually be smaller than the tool that I'm using, but I'm just not putting as much pressure on the tool so that I get a smaller dot. Sometimes those dots are so small that you really can't even see them while I'm dotting on camera. But they really are tiny. some more of this white. Actually, I need to go in with some gold again. I really wish she was here watching this. She can't. She might pop in every once in a while, but her mother is over, so she doesn't want to watch this because it's a gift. She doesn't want her mom to see. She was sad. She texted me today, and she's like, I can't watch it today. Mom's coming over. It kind of does. Kind of. But she wanted, like, that kind of middle, so that's what I chose to go with. But I was kind of thinking sand dollar also. We were kind of like thinking like how we were going to do the center, because she like didn't really want a mandala, but she wanted like a little bit of one. And so I was like, well, I'll just do like something kind of in the center where it's kind of pointing towards all of the arms. But the rest will be like scattered dots. And she was like, that's perfect. And I said, okay. Not always. It depends on what the custom is and like if I've ever done it before. Like I never painted a starfish besides like this one, and then like I did one the other day, but it's a little different. Like the shape is different and obviously it's smaller. So I knew I wanted to do like the dots down the arms, like that was a given, and then I wanted to do a little something in the center. But besides that, that was kind of it. There are certain things that I will sketch out a little bit more. Like if I need to do like different mandala designs and different colors and things like that, maybe I'll do it. But for the most part, I just go in and wing it. I'll talk to the person enough to kind of get a feel of what it is that they want. And then if I'm still not 100% sure, I will do like a small version of something, and I'll like send it to them and be like, obviously this isn't yours, but here's kind of what I was thinking about doing with that. You know, do you like it? Do you like where I was going with it? If not, you know, what do you want me to change? Do you like the colors? Like, you know, blah, blah, blah. And then based on their feedback with that, you know, I'll go on and make the larger piece. But I don't always do it that way. Sometimes like I'm just recreating something that I've already done and they just want different colors. So in that case, I'll just send them pictures of like the colors I picked out, and they can tell me like yes or no, and you know, go from there. But a lot of people like give me a decent amount of creative freedom with my art. You know, like they'll give me like the basics, you know, like they'll tell me the colors and they'll say what they don't want, and you know, things like that. But most of the people that I do customs for, they either watch me or like they know my art, and they're like whatever you're gonna make is gonna be pretty. Like I don't, you know, really care how you do it. Like these are just the colors I want. Like I trust you. But the ones with a little bit more requests, I'll take a little bit more time in the planning stage, and I'll send them, you know, pictures of things. Like for example, someone wanted that cat moon, and I had never painted the cat moon before. I just had the shape, so I like wasn't exactly sure how I was gonna do it, but I knew that I originally bought it for someone. So I did the one that I was making as a gift first. Then I sent it to that person and I said, hey, this isn't yours, but this is probably how I'm gonna do it. Do you like it? And she's like, ooh, I want that one. And I was like, well, I'll recreate it for you because this was actually a gift. But yeah, I usually do smaller pieces because like it's not really a waste of my time because I'll always be able to sell the smaller piece. You know what I mean? Hold on. So like, for example, up we go. This one was the original. Sorry, I put a resin coat on it last night. So this one was the original that I made for a friend. And so this was the picture that I sent. And they wound up just liking it so much that I just, you know, basically made them the same one otherwise. But look at all these owls, you guys. Ooh, there's a lot of resin. Okay, hold on. One sec. This is why I protect the back of my pieces. Because all these drippies I'm going to rip off. But this was the custom. But it looks exactly like the original. So we got some owls. You can see that they still need a second layer of resin. But here are the new owls. Wow, there's a lot of resin on this one. I got some new eyes. I didn't really like the eyes, but... Ooh, this one might actually only need one coat. How satisfying. I love when that happens. I haven't checked these yet. One of the first things I do in the morning is I check my resin pieces, but I didn't do it yet today. So I'll show you how to remove those because it's actually a lot easier than it seems. Ooh, this one's a good one too. How pretty. Ooh, this is a one coater. Oh, no, it's not. Damn it. I thought it was. There's like that one little bit on the side. So whenever it drips off the side, what I will do is I'm going to find one that I can do it with it, and I'll kind of show you how I how I fix it. This one, it needs a second coat anyways because it's getting vinyl. La, la, la. Ah! Look at this, you guys. Oh, this pisses me off. Stupid Toby. Look, do you see that hair right here? It's annoying. This was the second coat, too. Well, I might go over with UV on that one. I don't know if I'm going to do these ones again, because these ones are really difficult with the drips. So I don't know how well I'm going to be able to clean this one up. But anyways, let me show you really fast what I do when stuff drips along the side. We'll use this one for example. Okay. So, do you have an X-Acto knife? It's like the best part of my morning. I love it. I love seeing how things cure overnight, you know? Because I do it before bed. Well, I'd recommend getting one because it will help you a lot. Okay, so we see this resin. So what I do, you got to be careful, like, because they're sharp, so don't, like, cut yourself. But what I do is I heat up the resin just a little bit, And then I go in with my X-Acto knife and I very carefully just scrape it off. And if you heat it up, it just makes it a little bit easier. I got a little too close to that, but just trying not to cut myself right now. But anyways, this is how I kind of like clean up my pieces. It's easier to do like the fresher the cure is on the resin versus like you doing it, you know, a couple days after. But yeah, you can just go in with your X-Acto knife and you just kind of like scrape it down. I know. Do as I do. No, don't do as I say. I was doing this really quickly. But yeah, so that's kind of how I get rid of like the really like annoying bumps. It's not going to be perfect, but it'll look better than just leaving a bump, if that makes sense. Yes, you should be wearing a mask anytime you do resin. With UV resin, you should be able to just grab a pair of like tweezers, and for the most part, sometimes it doesn't, but for the most part, you can just pick it off. But then I just sand it a little bit, and this is going to be painted black anyways, but yeah. You could tape the sides, but you have to be very mindful of that, because if there's any little edge that's going up over the edge whenever you take it off, you're going to have a lip of the resin. So it might actually be a little bit more annoying to try and fix than it would be just to scrape the sides, because it doesn't always drip down the sides. So like that's like a lot of extra prep. That, I mean, you could do it, but I don't know if I want to do that. That's a lot. Because of course, the more careful you are, the less it's gonna drip over the sides. But I was resining a bunch of things last night, so I was going a little bit faster than I typically normally would. But yeah. So if do you UV resin one thing at a time, or do you do a couple pieces? You know, you do the one, let it sit while you're doing the other one. Yeah. You can typically, especially with UV resin, it usually pops right off. Sometimes with regular resin, it will also pop off, but I've accidentally taken a chunk out of my wood with my pliers. Yeah, sometimes it's just more so, you got to get used to it as well. I definitely had a lot more issues whenever I was first getting used to using resin than I do now. Now it's just annoying little things that for the most part is easily fixed. Yeah, okay. I was going to say, if you were trying to do multiple ones, I would recommend just doing one at a time, because I find whenever I'm doing UV resin, if I'm trying to do 2 or 3 while I'm, putting the resin on the other ones, the resin from the first one that is not cured yet, it starts to self-level and then has more opportunity to drip off than it would if you were to do it the one and then you pop the bubbles and just throw it under the lamp to get it to cure right away. You might just be waiting a little too long and or using too much resin at one time so that it starts to drip before you can get it under the light. I would always use UV resin if it was affordable to use it in large amounts. I love UV resin. And if it worked nicely on top of wood, which it doesn't always, sometimes it kind of gives you that weird shiny bubbly something. Oops, I'm off camera, so sorry. Yeah, it doesn't like to play very nice on wood most of the time, so I typically don't use it. I'll use UV resin on top of like the ones I've already like dome coated with regular resin, like the owls, for example. Those are small enough that I can do a coat of UV resin on top, like instead of doing a second coat and having to wait for it to cure again. I'll just go over it with UV resin if there's like a couple areas that are poking out, that don't need like a huge thick layer of resin to cover up. But yeah, I was going to say, yeah, definitely do one at a time because that'll help. But yeah, maybe you're doing it too slowly and you're giving the UV resin enough time to like settle, or you're heating it up too much when you're popping the bubbles. Because I find that as well. Like if I'm trying to pop the bubbles and I leave the flame like over it too long, the hotter, the more you heat the resin to pop the bubbles, the thinner the consistency becomes, and then it drips a lot easier. So maybe you're just warming your resin up too much by accident, or you're just using too much resin. I mean, either way, it's kind of like trial and error for everyone, until you get the hang of it. But for me, if it drips, I'm either using too much resin, or I'm taking too long, or I'm trying to do too many pieces at once. But typically I find like if I have like a stingy bubble that like I just can't get to pop for some reason, and I'm like hovering my flame longer than usual, the thinner the resin gets, the drippier it becomes. But you can usually just take a pair of pliers as long as you protect the back. Any drips that happen, you just take a pair of pliers, grab onto that drip and like rip it, or like pull it off, and it typically will just, rip off pretty cleanly for the most part. But very much trial and error. Oh, good to know. Another thought though is, okay, so because I've sealed with Duraclear before and haven't had any issues. I've noticed with lifting, whenever you're doing it on wood, like you shouldn't, but if you do it on wood, it matters the kind of wood that you're using. So one of the reasons I like using the 1/4 inch thick wood is because it's thick enough to kind of prevent any type of warping, whether that be from, water or, when UV resin dries, it kind of, I don't want to say it shrinks because it's not supposed to shrink. But sometimes it like kind of like shrinks just the tiniest bit. And if you're using on something like wood that's like too thin and it can bend easily, it'll kind of start to warp your wood. And then sometimes you can see that you can pull it off. Or if you're using too high of a wattage, of the lamp, that can affect the way your UV resin cures as well. So sometimes when people are having issues with it, it's not anything that they're like using besides the lamp. The higher wattage is not always the best. Yes, it's going to probably cure it faster, but you're going to see more kind of warps and rippling in the resin, and so the finish isn't going to be as nice. You kind of want to do it more low and slow. That'll give you a better finish and sometimes less warping, depending on what it is that you're using. The surfaces are all different, but I typically find if it's a thicker surface, I don't experience warping or anything like that. But if it's a thin surface and it's wood, it always warps. Like it's happened to me a bunch of times. I'm trying to think what else could help you guys. Because you should be sealing your wood before you UV it. Otherwise, you're going to get some weird, like, bubble, kind of looks like a little bit like condensation between the wood and the resin, and there's nothing you can do about that after it cures. And that's typically what I've seen happen whenever I UV over wood that isn't sealed in some way. Hold on. Is this, I don't know if this is a floaty, but does it look like this? Hold on, let me pull up a picture. Oh, they're not these. I see. I wonder if it's from, like, do you use like any type of like towel or paper towel to kind of clean the tip of your like resin brush thing off? Because sometimes I find like sometimes I'll just wipe it on a napkin and sometimes I get like some of those little like napkin fuzzies, which I'll usually pick out before I cure, but yeah. That might be it, Heather. Try not doing that and it might work. Nope. You don't need to seal it before you use regular resin. At least I don't, and I don't have any issues with it. What happens with the UV resin is that like when it like flash cures like that, it just pulls all of like the air out of the wood and it creates some weird like thing underneath it. But the regular resin doesn't do that. I don't know why, but I assume it has something to do with how quick the resin will cure when it's UV versus like not UV. Yeah, if you're wiping you're wiping the tip of your bottle off with a napkin. I do that, like sometimes it just needs a little cleanup around the tip. But I don't just use a napkin. I will spray my napkin with rubbing alcohol. And that helps keep like the napkin from sticking to like the tip of my resin bottle, and that might help with the floaties as well. So maybe try that too. No, it's not every piece. It really is just stupid. And, if I had an answer, like, as to why it happened every time, I would certainly share it, but I do not. Yeah, go ahead. Sure. If it's another creator that can help with like certain troubleshooting points, I do not mind. I do not mind you sharing. Yeah. Oh, where's my gold or my champagne? Looking for some glitter paint right now. Oh, I know her. Or I know of her. I think I follow her. It's hit or miss with my stickers, honestly. Some of them sell really well, some of them don't. I personally, I love making my art into stickers and keychains and stuff because it's just like, well, that was the wrong color. Poop. It's just like another way for me to like repurpose my art, but I don't do it with every single piece because it does get expensive. I've had certain things take, you know, months to like over a year for me to sell out of certain products, so they just don't sell super well. And there are certain things that sell really fast, and I'm like, damn, I should have bought more of them at the beginning. UV resin is just one of those things. Like, it can work really, really well, or it can cause a lot of issues. I think it's just, not everyone understands 100% like how UV resin works. And most of the time whenever people use UV resin, they're not using it over wood. They're using it over something that is non-porous. And I think the more porous material that you try and use, the more like that you have issues with the way that it cures. And UV resin's awesome because it's convenient, you know what I mean? You don't have to wait for resin to cure for, a couple days. But it does, it does have its issues sometimes. Oh, good. Thank you. They pissed me off because like they said that they were able to cut it out, but they didn't. And I was like, well, I don't think it looks that bad. But I'm glad that you could like find a heart punch that works with that. I think it was the language barrier. That might have been an issue. But to be honest, though, Lisa, I think that particular time I ordered was probably like a not so good order. I had a lot of problems with that order that I don't usually have with them. So I just think that it might have been one of those like, hit or miss times. And it was definitely a miss. Because they didn't even send me all of what I ordered. We got all of your stuff, but most of my order didn't even come, and so I had to wait like another couple weeks for my stuff to fully come, and that was just annoying. So just wasn't a good experience with them for some reason. But that happens, not every time can be perfect. I mean, we want it to be perfect as small businesses, but things happen sometimes. I'm getting there. What time is it? It's only 4:50. We have about another hour. We could probably start something else after this. How exciting. I did, thank gosh. Finally. It was just annoying. I don't want to say I was mean to them, but I was like, listen, like I ordered these so that I would have them in time for a show. So you need to send them to me in a way that I can get them in time that I need them for, because this is a little ridiculous. It's not my fault that you guys forgot half of my order, and you guys being across the country should not matter to me in this instance, because, it's not my fault. And they like kind of expedited shipping, and I got it in like a week and a half versus like 3 weeks. So that's good. Yeah, thankfully. Better late than never, But that's just a lesson for me. Like, if I need something for for a show or whatnot, I'm giving it, a few months notice, and not like a month and a half, just in case something happens and something goes wrong. Yeah, I was like so excited to get it, and then I like got the box and I was like, this is a really small box. And then I opened it up and I was like, well, no freaking wonder half my order isn't here. Yeah, my show is this weekend. Yep. I feel like I need to do some different top dots over here because it's not really showing. Let me think. Let me think. Work on the middle for a second because I needed to like kind of stand out a little bit more before I start top dotting because I might accidentally top dot a part of this that I don't want to. Thanks. I'm excited. I'm nervous, but I'm excited. Tomorrow's like my last like full like prep day, I think. And then Friday, I'm gonna have to do my show setup. So I don't know what we're gonna do on live on Friday. We might paint a little bit, but we might also like play around with my show setup. I know I did that one time on live before, where I kind of like set up my camera in my living room and kind of set up the way that like my show was gonna be and took some pictures so that when I went to set it up at the event, it wasn't so like difficult. So maybe we'll do that on Friday. Maybe. Depends on if I can get all my stuff organized. No, because all of my shows are different. It has different amounts of space. Like, you know, I don't always bring all of my tables and whatnot. But for this specific show, I like basically completely changed up my setup. Because now I have like two little makeshift kind of walls. And so that's gonna free up a ton of table space for me. And so for this show, I have no idea, like, you know, my setup. And I'm also like bringing some new things, so I got to make sure everything like fits in the way that I'm imagining it. So I need to kind of go back to the drawing board because for the most part, my show setup is similar for every show. It's just, you know, if I have less space, I bring less and, you know, things like that. But with these new little walls, it should free up enough table space so that, you know, I can kind of set things up a little bit differently. And I'm hoping that this kind of makes it a little bit more professional looking. So I definitely do a mock setup before my big show in State College, but I don't always do a mock setup for the other show. I think I am gonna use that orangey kind of gold and then go over it with silver because I think it definitely toned it down enough to where I don't have to go over it with like a different color. So I am going to use this color, but just know that once it dries down, we're gonna go over it with silver so it won't be as in your face obnoxiously orange once it dries. You're back for 1 hour. Well, that's great because I pretty much only have an hour left. So we'll probably be hopping off around the same time, Sharon. So I thought about mixing it, but I still think that like because you know how some of these extreme glitters have like a base color, like the blue one is blue, for example. I think it'll overpower the silver, so at least when I put the silver on top, it's mostly silver, you know, and it takes away from the orange. So I'm just gonna have to, you know, do top dot, like triple dots on top of them after they dry. So one of them dries like more of like a dark champagne, but this specific one does like orange. It's weird. Which normally looks okay, but I guess not on top of such a light color, which I learned, you know, when it dried overnight. But when I add like the silver on top, it cools it down enough to where it's not like so in your face. My show is in South Park, PA. It's like in the South Hills of Pittsburgh. So it's about like a half hour from me, kind of closer to where I grew up, honestly, but still pretty close. I'm just popping little air bubbles in case some of you guys are questioning what it is that I'm doing with the lighter. Oh man. Well, I have quite a few other shows eventually this year. Okay, so I think that's a good. I'm like trying to make sure I'm using all the colors. Trying to match it to that other one. Cool, so all the glitters on those two are done. Now we need to do, this color goes over both the green and the blue. Whoops. I'm literally only a Pittsburgh girl. Where are the Poconos compared to me? How far away is that? Oh, okay. Yeah, the closest like to like the northeastern area that I go right now is State College. That's just more like kind of the middle of the state, sort of. been 3 hours. My music is done. I do really like that music though. Not this year. I had one last year and it was not good. So I kind of have put Ohio on my shit list, for right now. I mean, it's only one show, so I'm sure they're not all bad, but it was a weekend show and I literally made $100, basically enough to cover like what I spent to be there and the gas that I spent going back and forth. So they're kind of on my shit list right now, and I don't trust Ohio shows at the moment. It was actually like this time last year that I had my show in Ohio, and it was terrible. Quite terrible. Altoona isn't that far. That's about like an hour and a half-ish from me. Like, I definitely pass Altoona when I'm going up to State College. So that's not too far. Well, so it was a Mother's Day. It was marketed as a Mother's Day show, which I thought would have been like a good kind of show to go to. But it was at a mall, and it was a nice mall. There were a lot of people, but I just don't know if that was like a good place to be. Like, at first I kind of was like, oh, a mall's a good thing. There's a lot of people walking around malls. But what I noticed was like the people that were there like had a mission. Like, they went to go to certain stores that they were planning to go to, and that was pretty much it. They didn't pay any attention to any of us. They just beelined like right to the location that they were trying to get to. So the only person that did really, really well there was a small business who was selling crystals. And I mean, crystals are super popular, especially for like the teens and stuff like that. And so, like, you know, she rocked it. But none of us, like, there were even people that were near me that packed up really early on the second day, and they were like, or the first day, they were like, I'm not coming back tomorrow. Like, it's literally not worth my time. But I was like, well, I don't have anything to do, and I paid for it, so I might as well come back. Thank you. The music that I'm listening to is just YouTube. I look up royalty-free, like, music. I started with, like, ocean music because I was, you know, doing a starfish, and I kind of wanted, like, some sea kind of, like, calming music. But I like to look at the musics that are, like, a few hours long. That way I don't have to keep changing, you know, the music every 3 minutes. So this one is a new playlist. But it's called Morning Relaxing Music, Calm Music, Positive Energy, Sleep Music, Study Music, Meditation Music. And it's called The Music of Nature. That's the account, I guess, that has this playlist or this song. Oh, cool. See, I'm not a crystal person. I never have been. So, like, that kind of stuff, like, you know, I wouldn't have been the person that would, you know, go to that person's table at that show. That's just not, you know, been a thing. I don't know. Like, I've just never been a crystal person. But, like, a lot of people like that kind of stuff. So, I don't know. I think it just, you know, nice idea, wrong area for me. So also my stuff is expensive. So, you know, when the kids go to the mall, they go to like get certain things. They're not going to spend all their money on art, you know? So yeah, I like this kind of music, but at the same time I don't, because then I can't listen to my music. But since I'm probably going to upload this one to YouTube, I need to have royalty-free music so that my music or my video doesn't get blocked when I try to upload it. I should definitely be using a bigger tool. I'm just being lazy right now. Whoops, wrong color. Tomorrow I'm gonna have to go out and find some like containers that I can resin this one and also the Great Dane inside, because I do not have containers big enough for pieces this big. This is a 12-inch piece, but I have a 12 by 12 container, but it's gonna be slightly too small for this guy to sit in. And it's definitely not going to fit the 14-inch Great Dane, so I'm going to have to find some big containers to resin these pieces in. So wish me luck. I would use the box that it came in, but I'm planning on using the box to ship these in. So we can't use that. I just don't have big boxes, like, at all. I know. We usually order pizza once a week, but we didn't this week. We already had pizza, but it was like oven pizza. So unless Scott wants to get some pizza this week, then I won't have a pizza box to use. Gross. Nope. Typically, I use them up right away. I probably could. I just don't have a box right now. Oh, well, I see what you mean. The box that they sent it in, like, it's a weird, like, it's weird. Like, it's good to ship in, but it's not good to resin in, if that makes sense. Like, I don't really know how to explain it, but it's not like a typical box. Maybe one of those, like, big boxes. I'd have to see what size it is, though. Like one of the free boxes. Maybe I can like cut the one part off. Yeah, something. Just something big enough that fits a 14-inch. Well, probably like 15 by 15 would probably be ideal. It's possible. I mean, floaties are just a pain in the ass all the time. Maybe there's just lots of floaties in the air. Do you sand your wood well enough? Maybe you have some like sawdust or something, you know, from sanding your wood. Maybe that's what it is. Gotcha. Maybe your area is just like a little dusty and, you know, no matter what, you just always have like little floaties in the air. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, there has to be just stuff floating around. Yeah. I mean, I'm taking Scott on an adventure tomorrow so that we can find something. I mean, I know I can get one from UPS. It's just gonna be like $7 or $8. So, like, I just don't feel like spending that money. But if I have to, then I guess I will, you know? Oh, that's true. Like, I could maybe even go to, like, Costco or, like, Sam's Club, you know? They have, like, those big boxes and stuff. I never thought about asking Scott. I guess I just never thought that maybe they have, like, you know, boxes of things. So I always do, well, it's always a 1-to-1 ratio because that's the kind of resin that I use. But I always start out with 2 ounces of resin, so like 1 ounce of each. Sometimes it's 2 ounces and 2 ounces. So I either do 2 ounces or 4 ounces, like total of mixed resin. Like for the Great Dane and the Starfish, I probably would mix about 4 ounces of resin. Because I feel like that would probably be enough. But for the other things, I do like, you know, an ounce and an ounce, like mixed together at a time. That way I don't have like too much extra, if I have any extra at all. Oh, that's smart, Lisa. That is smart. Because it has a lid. And then I can just stick it outside in my closet. They give out free boxes. I mean, when I go to Staples, I buy their boxes, like, for packing. I didn't think that they had, like, other boxes they'd give for free. But see, then that's me having to, like, get over being awkward and having, like, a fear of asking people for stuff like that. Because I hate doing that kind of stuff. Yes, you are welcome. So do you see how orange this is turning? But when you add the silver over it, it makes it a lot less orange. Yeah. Oh, yeah. See, you caught it at the same time I was talking about it. Yeah, exactly. Like, it turns orange. It was weird. So, but, like, adding the silver really toned it down. Yeah, definitely need to get 2 boxes because I want to resin them at the same time to make sure that they can be done and shipped out, you know, at the same time. That's smart. I might ask him. Whoops. That was the wrong color. Some of these colors are so similar. I wasn't, like, looking well enough to make sure it was the right one that I was dotting over. Good thing these dots are dry enough for me to just go in and, you know, wipe it off. That one is the right color, though. Just kidding. I don't need to wipe that one off. Not yet. Probably soon, though. I keep looking up. Oh, thank you. I need to go to Hobby Lobby anyways tomorrow, so I'll look at Hobby Lobby, see if I can't find that. I forgot that they have those gift boxes. But thanks for the reminder, Sam. Peaches and cream or light coral. Let's see. So peaches and cream is, it's kind of orangey. Like, that's orange, isn't it? But she didn't like the orange color, so that was why I'm covering it up. She doesn't want, like, more orangey. She barely wanted pink. Like, this is the most pink we're using. Yeah. Didn't get enough of that glitter off. Yeah, it always surprised me as well. I always thought that it was much lighter, and then I'd open it and be like, what? That's what yeah, a lot of the peach colors are way more orange. It's very weird. Yeah, it looks lighter in the bottle, but then you open it and you're like, huh, no thanks. That's okay. I multitask a lot. It always dries dark. It looks pretty, but it's gonna be very dark. So it'll give you that contrast, you know, if you want to use if you were to use like a darker blue over a light blue, it'll definitely give you that contrast if that's what you're going for. Oh, I need to mix it. Hold on. Yeah, Coral Cloud is lighter. Obviously, we can see what colors I buy and don't use right away. Still haven't mixed it all that well, but yeah, it is much lighter. Still orangey, but definitely more of a peach for sure. Anyways, I still think that's still too much of on the orange side of things for her though. Yeah, she just wants a lot of browns and sandy and khaki colors. And gold. Champagne, that kind of coloration. Yeah, still too close of the orange. But I mean, I'm more confident with how it looks with the silver over it. Like, it definitely toned it down. So I think she'll like it better. But if not, like, you know, I still have a couple other like tricks up my sleeve. So I'm not too concerned. Like, I was definitely a little bit more concerned this morning whenever I saw how it dried. But adding that silver glitter over top definitely helped cool it down a little bit. Yeah, I think the silver overlay really, really helped it. At first, I wasn't sure, you know, because the silver definitely has the clear base, whereas the other one has like that orange base that it kind of dries to. But it did wind up like making it more of like a rosy kind of color. So I don't hate it. I think it looks okay with it. Thanks. Oh no, she loves it, but it was just like one of the top dot glitters that she had like requested. Like, that was one that she told me she really wanted me to use on it. We wound up not liking how it looked with the rest of the colors after it dried. So like, she agreed with me that we wanted to try and change it up. But besides that, she loves everything else. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you next time. I'll be live on Friday. Thanks. No notification yet. Wrong color. Whoops. Oh, I'm sure. I wasn't a TikTok person like when I was still working, so like I don't know the feeling, but I can see it. I feel like I need to do some dots in here, but we'll get to that eventually. All the kids that I worked with, they would use TikTok and I would kind of just roll my eyes. I definitely was one of those people that was like, I'll never be on TikTok. Like, I just don't get why people like it. And then, you know, here I am. Here I am. But back in the day, like when I first joined, like heard of TikTok, it was definitely more of like, you know, the Musical.ly side of things. So the videos weren't like as funny and stuff. It was more just people like lip syncing and being weird, and I just, you know, didn't care about that too much. Yeah, exactly. It's definitely so much better than it used to be. But I'm like only on the small biz side of TikTok, which sometimes is a little frustrating because that means that I don't see all of the funny things that like my friends see. You know, like my sister, apparently her like For You page is freaking hilarious. And I'm like, mine's just small biz TikTok. Like, I don't know. Oh, yeah. And now you guys just spend all your time watching lives. That's okay. I like the company. I like the company of you guys. Well, yeah, I mean, even when I'm just working on my own and I'm not live, I'll either put on Netflix or I'll put on someone's TikTok live and I'll just like listen to it. It just like helps keep me like productive and keeps me focused. Like it's just like, you know, working with someone else next to me. Sometimes I feel like it's kind of like a twin thing. Like I'm used to having my sister around me. I mean, not anymore. I'm older, but growing up, I always had like my sister. You know, she was the same age as me. Like, you know, we went through like a lot of the same things together. And now that I'm older and I'm like alone most of the time, like I'm like, there's a void I need to fill. So the outer edge is top dotted. It's hard to see, but it is. No, I'm not gonna get rid of you guys. Honestly, as much as I bitched and moaned and complained during the holiday time with that big ornament order, that was just so terrible for me to get through. Like, it was just so hard. I think that really kind of kicked off my lives. Because I mean, I always went live, but I didn't go live nearly as often. Like I went live maybe like a couple times a week, and now it's like usually at least 5 times a week. And so like during that time, like I was live all day long, all the time, because I needed the company of like other people just being there while I worked on the same freaking thing over and over and over again. Like it was the same color, same pattern, like same thing over 100 times in a row for like over a month straight. And so that was just, it got really boring for me after a while. But no, the going live really helped me kind of stay on track of things. But I felt bad because I was like, you guys are literally watching me do the same thing over and over again. Like, this must be so boring for you guys to watch. There's like kind of a little bit of a running joke, like, I've seen this before. This looks familiar. Like, yeah, no shit. This has been the same thing for the last month. I don't think I'll be doing that again. I don't know. It just kind of depends on the money. How much money, you know? If it's a ginormous order, maybe, but it depends on also like how much time I have to complete it, because that was my bad. I accepted it too close to the holiday season. So, you know, I had to like work on it so much every day. But had I, you know, done it with a little bit more time to spare, I don't think it would have been as bad. So at the end of everything, I think it wound up being about 115 or 120 ornaments. I mean, I do more than that, like during the holiday season, but they're all different, you know what I mean? So it doesn't feel like I'm, you know, really doing that many of them. But for this specific order, it was the exact same pattern, the exact same color scheme. And it wasn't just a basic pattern either. Like, it was probably one of the most, like, in-depth patterns I've ever done. And so it took me longer to make every single ornament than it would normally take me to paint an ornament. So I had to do 4 every day to get them out and like delivered in time. I had to do 4, and each one at first took me 2 hours. And then I think I got it down to about maybe an hour and a half per ornament the more that I did them. But yeah, I think I definitely have some pictures. But yeah, I definitely, and like, it wasn't worth my time. Like, my ornaments at the time, I did raise my prices in general because that's just what happens. But like, it was on Etsy and it was a bulk order. So they went from being $30 an ornament to $25 an ornament, which seems fine. But like, for the most part, my stuff is priced accordingly. And so at the end of the day, and I covered shipping. So I was like, I can't do like much of a discount, but I'll give you $5 off per ornament and I'll cover shipping. I spent $100 on shipping. So like, I think at the end of the day, each ornament was like maybe $15 each. And so like, it wound up really not being worth my time doing all of them. So I learned like a really hard lesson last year, but it was a fun experience at the end of the day. It was for a marching band. So, I put them on my Christmas tree. There's probably not all of them, but I wanted to get a picture of all of them, like a bunch of them on a Christmas tree. But yeah, it was the repetitive aspect of it that made it really, really hard to get done. I don't know if I might have like an actual picture of one, but it was like a really intense ornament. Here, let's see. I have to... I don't think there are any bad photos on here, but if there are, I apologize. Hopefully you guys don't see any. Here it is, okay? I was like, this is just my photo stream. So, like, this required a lot of, like, special mixed colors, and it was just, like, a weird pattern, and at the end, they wanted, like, every kid's name in 2022 on it, so, like, that sucked. That took some extra time that I didn't think of, so I didn't charge them for the vinyl or anything like that. But yeah, so this just, it was a lot. It was a huge pattern. It was a custom pattern. It was like for like the marching band's like theme of the year. And so like I had to create like the original pattern was much more intense, or I guess like the picture. And I definitely like dumbed it down enough, but I didn't dumb it down nearly enough for me to like get them out, you know, easily. So yeah, those flat ornaments are probably going to be a hit for me this year, I hope. But I'm still going to keep my bulb glitter ornaments because those are just everybody loves those, and I spent so much money on glitter, like I cannot not do bulb ornaments, so I'm just going to have like a bunch of different options this year, which is good. I think more options can be a good thing. But I like the shape ones because, you know, you can get a little bit more personal with them. Instead of just using like pretty colors and pretty patterns, you know, you can do like the shape of, you know, someone's favorite animal, or, you know, something for their pet. But yeah, it was a lot of work. But it really, like, I think it brought a lot of us together, which is really nice. Like, I honestly feel like during that hardship, I'm calling it a hardship, it really, you know, compared to, you know, other things, it really wasn't that bad. But that was just like a turning point, I think, for like me and my account. I mean, I had quite a bit of followers, but, you know, there were only like a good, like a nice handful of people that I could count on being on my lives all the time. And during that time, I like met a lot of new people who would just like come and watch my lives, and a lot of them like didn't realize that there was more to me than just ornaments. Because that's all they saw me doing. And then once the holiday season ended, they were like, oh my God, you do other things. And I was like, yeah, I do a lot of other things, but I don't have time to do the other things during the holiday season, so I only do ornaments. No, I seal them with Duraclear high gloss varnish. So it's just like a glossy varnish that I paint on with a paintbrush. But you can seal them with epoxy. But like, I'm not set up for that. Like, you can put them on a tumbler spinner and seal them with epoxy if you really want to, but I just do a high gloss varnish. And the way I like paint it on, with my paintbrush, like I paint it like over the edge of the paint, so I kind of seal it in. It's hard to describe without like truly showing you guys how I do it. But I paint it thin enough at the edge where it just like creates some kind of like seal. And I mean, if you really, really, really tried, you could probably pick off some of the varnish, but for like a basic use, like it's not gonna, you know, go anywhere, and it'll last just fine. So yeah, that's the way I've been doing my ornaments basically since I started, and it works really well for me, so I just don't change it. It did bring us together, it really did. So as much as I hated doing all those ornaments, there were some like positives that came out of it at the end of the day. You know, like I learned a lesson for me and my business. You know, I learned not to, you know, change my prices because someone like, you know, asked me to bulk do it. Like, it wasn't like it was one person paying it for it. It was like, they were individual orders. So like, it really didn't matter. Like, those people didn't need a break on the price, you know. Like, I could understand if it was like one person or one company buying every single ornament, but it wasn't. So like, I should have kind of stood my ground and be like, you know, the reason that they are the way they are is because of, you know, the time that it takes and it's art and da 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 da. But, you know, that was my first big order, so I was afraid that I'd lose it, because they did say that someone else could do it for like $10 or $15 an ornament, but the person just didn't have a time, so that's why they came to me. So I think that's why I adjusted my price, because I felt a little guilty. But yeah, like next time I wouldn't. And I wouldn't accept an ornament that close to Christmas time. Like, it was like a month in advance. Originally it was only supposed to be 40 or 24 to 40 ornaments. Like, that was the original like thing. When they came to me, they're like, can you do this many? And I said yes. And then they like made like an order form, and the orders came in so fast that they were at 99 before she realized it. And she reached out to me and was like, oh no, like, can you still do this? And I said, yes, put a cap on it after 100. And if, you know, people still want them, tell them that they can order from me on my website, but it's not guaranteed by Christmas. Like, I will do my best to get it done by Christmas, but like, I'm not going to guarantee those ones. You know, those first 100, sure, I will do everything and make sure you guys get it, but that's it. Because I still have, you know, the rest of my business and shows that I have to do, so I can't just do those the whole, you know, month leading up to Christmas. Thank you. Yeah, very much. So, you know, yeah, we learned, it sucked, but I learned my lesson. All right, where's that silver? Yeah, just like look at the difference between these orange ones and like these ones. So this is that with the silver on top of it. You can just see how much it tones it down. I kind of like, hey, who's on here that has my phone number? Actually, just kidding. I think I can screenshot on my iPad. JK. Well, no, actually, no. Okay, Jen, can you take a screenshot of me holding it like this? Or someone who has my number, I don't care. Whatever, if you both send me a message, it's fine. But if you can just screenshot this and send it to me so that I can show her the difference between, you know, with the no silver and, you know, with the orange. Or with silver, with no silver. I think it toned it down enough where she's not going to mind, but, you know. Thanks, Terry. Oh, Jen, Terry got to it. Thanks, though. You mean if I, like, decide I don't like something and, like, decide to, like, change it and sand it? Is that what you're talking about? Like, if I don't like a pattern or, you know, enough of the colors where I can't cover it up and paint over it? No, that's okay. Don't worry. I knew there were a couple people watching that have my phone number to text me. So I have sanded things off before, yes. I probably would not have sanded this off. I would have just covered it with like a matte color. Thanks, Lisa. I definitely would have just covered it with like a matte color and then just kind of painted over it. It would have, like, you know, been a little bumpier than normal, so I probably would have had to add an extra coat or so of resin. But I would have just put an opaque color on top and, you know, did a different color somewhere else. So, like, I did have, like, a plan C, because this was plan B. Plan B was putting the silver over it, and plan C was, if I didn't like the silver, I would just cover it up with a matte color, because I don't want to risk sanding the rest of the colors by accident, you know what I mean? If it was the entire piece, you know, or like a big section, I probably would have, you know, considered sanding it. But this is like too much to sand, I think. So I would have just covered it up with another color and went from there. But yeah, I have sanded things before. It's quite sad, but typically it's, you know, before I get a bunch of like paint. Before I get a bunch of paint on it, I will sand it down and repaint it. That was not fun. That's okay. We can fix it. I'm not worried about it. I've learned not to sweat the little things. It's just not worth like the anxiety. I still don't have that notification. I really wonder like when TikTok decides to like kick you off live. I thought it was 4 hours. Well, I guess we're not quite at 4 hours yet, but we're getting there. Ugh, damn it. This piece was too big. Hold on. Here we go. That's true. I did start a little late. All right, hold on. I need to send a picture to someone. Just kidding. I guess I have to save it. Trying to text via my my computer. So I'm like, how do I add a picture to text? I figured it out. We're good. Bye, Mel. Have fun. Thanks for hanging out. All right, we'll see what she says. But anyways, some of this is still too wet to put the silver on, so I'm just kind of looking through and adjusting and making sure I have everything that I need to have. Oh my God, Toby, hold on, buddy. Listen, hold on. You're stepping on things you should not be stepping on. Mr. Kitty. Come on, dude. Oh gosh, crazy cat. Hi, bud. We got a cat on my lap. I know, Baba. It's almost 6 o'clock. It's okay. Mwah! I don't need you to get cat hair in my painting, though. I'm staring at it to see if I want to see if I'm adding anything else, but I feel like for the most part, it's kind of how I want it to be. Bye, Sharon. Thanks for hanging out. Like, I was just holding up that starfish to look at it from like a different angle and see like kind of how I felt about those big white dots. And like, I don't know. I might want to add triple dots. But what color? Like, I wonder how this silver would look with them. It would be really pretty if I could do like a sagey sea glass kind of glitter, but I don't have that color, unfortunately. But I do have, that might be a little too blue. Like, that would be like perfect, honestly. What about using like an enchanted shimmer? She likes it. Do you want me to do anything to those big dots with the light tan? Oh, hi Tara, thank you. So right now I'm talking to her. I'm asking if she wants me to do anything to these dots. Sea Sparkle Extreme Glitter. Which one's that one? I don't know if I have that one. Like, I like it. I do. It adds like a cool contrast. But she likes the glitter, you know what I mean? So I'm like seeing it. She likes glitter and iridescent. So like I'm seeing if I don't have anything else that I could add to it to make it even more extra. Because they're a mother-daughter glitter company. So glitter and shine are like A+ in their book. So I'm just looking through all my specialty paints to see if I have anything that would work. I don't have that many. I mean, I could always just use hologram. Yeah. I mean, a triple dot would really be what it is because they already have dots. What if I mix a little bit of hologram with something? Let's see. I know it's 6 o'clock, but technically I have until 8 o'clock that I really need to get off, so we have time to play around. If you guys want to stick around, I'm just gonna play for a second. So like, you can't go wrong with hologram. That's like my favorite extreme glitter ever. And let me think. Yeah, so I was looking at this. It has like that tint to it. I don't know if you can really see it all that much. Or we have the hologram extreme glitter, which kind of dries with like a green pink glitter. It's like an iridescent. I don't know, I'm kind of leaning towards using hologram on it, to be honest. JK, I have an idea. No need to answer. Just adding some more glitter. Just kidding. Don't answer my question. I got it. I handle it. Yeah. Yep. Exactly. Because it'll really look like the starfish is like wet and kind of like glistening. And this will give me that kind of green, but like not really green that I like kind of want to add to it, even though she doesn't want much green and blue. This will just be like that really like hint, you know, of sparkle. If there's any glitter paint, you guys, that you're like considering potentially buying, or like you have to buy it in parts, like you can't get all of them at once, I understand that. If there's anything like that, I recommend buying hologram first, because that's the like main one that made me get into using extreme glitters. So that's the one I would say definitely purchase first, because it looks so freaking pretty much over any color, but it looks stunning over white or light colors, because it just adds like a really pretty iridescent kind of sparkle finish to it. Like it looks fabulous over white. It's my go-to top coat over like my snowflake Christmas ornaments. So freaking pretty. These are a little too wet still. I'm gonna go to the next arm. Oh yeah, 100%. That's a great idea. I will definitely be doing that. Hologram is another one of those bottles of paint that I go through really a lot. Like I've probably been through 3 bottles of paint of these since like Christmas time. It's almost as bad as the pearlizing medium. So definitely, I should definitely keep like an extra bottle or so of it on standby, just because I use it so much. Come on, there we go. Oh. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. So the holographic illusions are chunky. So I don't know if you've noticed how chunky these ones are. And they kind of like leave like a gritty kind of like surface after you apply them. The extreme glitters are not like that. The extreme glitters are fine glitter, and so you don't feel any of like the gritty glitter in it, because it has like a clear like base that kind of swallows the glitter, and that'll dry down, and just like leave behind glitter. Now obviously there are some of them that have a color, like this one kind of dries orangey and the blue one kind of dries blue, but the rest of them have a clear base with the glitter, and so you just see the glitter when it's done. The only deco art thing that I would say is even remotely similar to the extreme glitters is called Glamour Dust. Glamour Dust from Folk Art is very similar to the extreme glitters. This one's more rainbow, so this one's really pretty too. But if you want to stay with deco art, you want the Glamour Dust. Otherwise, it's the Folk Art Extreme Glitters. These two are very similar to each other. But yeah, these are amazing. These, I don't know if they have them in stores. I definitely bought these from the website last year. But these might be in Michael's or Joann's. I can't remember. Or maybe not at all. But these ones are on the website. So, what, the Extreme Glitter or the Glamour Dust? Yeah, if I can find them in stores, I'll grab it for you. I just can't remember for sure if they're in stores or not. Those were definitely ones I ordered online, but part of me feels like I remember seeing them somewhere. So if I can find it, I'll grab it for you. You are welcome. Yeah, I have a little note in my phone to grab some paint for you tomorrow when I go out and about. Thanks, Tom from Virginia. I'm not really a Folk Art Metallics fan, but I'm a Folk Art Color Shift Metallic. These I will say are decent. They're a little weird consistency-wise, but color payout, they're amazing. So I have every single color in this color range. I think there's like 22 of them. So these ones I like. They're expensive, but I like them. Regular Folk Art Metallics, they're okay. I don't have any like crazy opinion on them. I don't have many of them. I know that. You're talking more like these ones, right? They're okay. Metallics are just those kind of paints that they don't really do much for me, because the consistency is just weird. So I often don't have metallics that I like full on say, yes, buy them. Most of them, actually, I think all of them, I'm kind of like, they're all right. Some of them work better than others, but none of them are like a main, yes, you need to buy these over other brands. Metallics are just annoying, and I think they're always going to be annoying. Yeah. Like these. I think it's pretty much the same thing. I don't know. Maybe they're not the same thing. Let's see. They change their coloring. They change their packaging, I think. But yeah, because these both have the diamonds. Yeah, they're okay. I kind of like the Deco Art multi-surface metallics, but those are hard to find. But yeah, I have a few Folk Art metallics. I like the Dazzling metallics are okay, and the Extreme Sheens are okay. Those are both from Deco Art. But they're kind of on the same level as the Folk Art, meh, they're all right. Nothing crazy to write home about. I mean, obviously, if you want a metallic, you're going to have to use one of them. But I don't really have an opinion on either, or on any of them. But, Yeah, I can show the entire star. Thanks. Oh, sorry, part of the arm isn't showing, but you get the picture. Yeah, yeah, I've never used Arteza, but I see how like stringy and like thick they are. But I love how this turned out. There's a couple spots that I still need to get to. But like overall it's done. There might be a couple dots that I like forgot to dot on, and then I have to go in and like erase, like I drew out some guidelines, like all of these have circles that I drew out, and there's a circle in here somewhere and here, so that'll need erased, but besides that, it's done. Oh yeah, also I need to wait for these to dry so I can go over it with the silver. But besides that, actually, I think I can do that now. I'm pretty sure I can do that now. Labor intensive, but worth it. I'm really happy with how it turned out. I'm just still laughing because she's texting me right now and she's like, I just can't believe how that orange turned out. And I'm just laughing because like that was like the one color that she like requested. She's like, you need to use that one. And I said, okay. And that was the one we didn't like the most out of all of it. But you know, it happens. It looks a lot different over a darker color, so that's why we didn't think anything of it. So I use a watercolor pencil whenever I draw my guidelines. So it's really, really simple to erase my guidelines. You just take a wet Q-tip and some water, and after the paint is dry, of course, you just lightly rub over it with your wet Q-tip and it disappears. So much better than like a chalk pencil or like a regular pencil. You definitely want to get yourself a watercolor pencil for your guidelines because it erases like amazingly. That's like one of those things that is like an essential part of my... Oh, damn. I'm sorry, I had a thought. Like I was changing up something in my starter kit. I should get some watercolor pencils and add it to my bundle. So in case you guys didn't know, I was able to find some of those... Oh, hold on. I almost got kicked off. I was able to find the circle tools that I use to make the circle guidelines for like cheaper than what you can buy them on Amazon. Because I know that at least one of them is like $12 right now, and that's a little ridiculous. The other one is okay. Like I think it's like $7 or $8 on Amazon, but either way, you know, I got them for a little cheaper. So I bought 10 of each, and I'm bundling them together on my website eventually. So there will be 10 listings. And oh, it's on there. You just can't see it because it's drying. So that'll be like part of, you know, the bundle. So I'm going to go and get a watercolor pencil and add it to that bundle. I just thought about that right now. So we'll have a bundle of this and this on my website, as well as a watercolor pencil. So keep an eye out for that whenever they arrive, hopefully sometime either by the end of the week or early next week. We'll have a bundle of these on my website. That way you don't have to search high and low on Amazon and other places for the best price. I found it... Where did I find it? It is... trying to remember the name. It's definitely a website that teachers use. It's like a teacher a teacher supply website, I think. So, with like shipping, the shipping's expensive though. So like I had to pay $20 for shipping. I don't know how it is for like a single purchase, but shipping was a little insane. So I spent like $150 on 10 sets, which was ridiculous. But it's fine. So I think they're like $5 or $6 regular price, I think, like on that website, but they're still like probably, you know, $5 shipping or something. I'll have to find the website again. I can't remember. Yeah, I can do that. I feel like I've done it before. There might be a video somewhere on my TikTok, but if not, I'll make another one because, you know, might as well. But that's it. I think we're gonna call it quits here. And yeah, Jen, I think you might have were you one of the people that commented on my Facebook group when I posted about it? Because I know that I think it was you and Mel. Like I think Mel needed the circle one and you needed the long one or something like that. If there are enough people that need one of each, then I'll split them up. So I know that I can at least split up one of the 10 bundles because one person wants one person wants the other. So if there's like more people that need only one and I can like match them up, you know, then I'll split them up. But yeah, I will see you guys on Friday. I don't know what we're doing. Probably show stuff. I don't think that I'm gonna like be able to do another custom. I just don't think it's gonna arrive tomorrow or by Friday, but we'll see. So we'll probably do some like last minute show prep stuff, and we might even spend some time working on like my setup. So maybe not as much painting, but I'll set up my tables and we'll do like a mock setup, and you guys can like, you know, give me some input on, you know, that kind of stuff like we did like 2 years ago when we did that last. So yeah, absolutely. I'm sure we'll be able to mix and match. I think there's a few people that need one or the other. So, all right, guys, have a wonderful Friday. Or no. Have a wonderful Wednesday. I will see you guys Friday. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out with me. Goodbye.